Brilliant from Anthony Allen.
171, maximum turn, leads 1 and 2 data, forcing Hamilton to take out this 150, and he's gone 3 bullseyes. There's a second. Oh, he was so close. So close to the perfect hat-trick.
Don't know who was more excited, was it Andy Hamilton, yourself, Henry, or Bradley Roes? I think everyone wanted to see it.
You cheeky, cheeky chappy. Bullseye to win the match. 5. Perfect for Paxton. It's another. Good morning and welcome along to the second half of the week here at the Modus Super Series. Group C gets underway between now and around about 6 p.m. We've got some big hitters in action here. A couple of weekly winners, a former weekly runner-up and a world finalist in there as well. And it's all going to be watched in the company of Laura Turner. Laura, great to see you here. But first things first, let's talk about yesterday, talk about Group A and about Carl Sneeds, who dominated the first couple of days, got over the line eventually, but a first finals night for him.
Yeah, and he was very consistent. He played very well throughout. Obviously made it a little bit tricky going into the third day, but as you say, the damage was done over those first couple of days. And yeah, I'm sure he'll be feet up today and taking it all in, all ready for his first finals night on Saturday.
For a player like Carl Sneed as well, who's been here a few times, I can imagine the feeling might, as much as pride, be relief that he's got that monkey off the back.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, everyone comes here. The first goal is to make Saturday. And when you've been here a few times, you've had that disappointment, you've been pipped at the post, then yeah, to come back and to come back stronger. It's what we want to see from the players. It's what the Modus Super Series does so well. It just gives you that room for growth, room for improvement. And as you can see from this week, Carl kind of found that next step up. And yeah, he's here Saturday.
And nearly hit the 9. There we go, Dart 7 going to begging in his final match of the group against Bram van Dijk. He had already qualified by that particular point. So Carl Sneed has qualified through to Saturday night's final. This is how the tournament bracket breaks down. Now, before we talk about Group C, a bit of breaking news as far as Group B is concerned. You may see the name Mason Whitlock in there. Shane Hayward, unfortunately, has had to withdraw this morning through illness, so Mason will take his spot over the next couple of days. That's Group B later on tonight. We're going to be focusing on the right-hand side of that bracket and Group C this afternoon, which gets underway. And it's going to be a very interesting group. You've got the likes of Bradley, Andy, Adam, all dropping down. Let's talk in particular about Andy Hamilton. And first and foremost, that at times this week, his level of performance has been as good as anybody, but maybe just not having that consistency at times.
Yeah, 100%. I think he had a bit of a stinker on day 1. He'd probably say that himself, just in terms of the standard that he played. But then going into day 2 and day 3, obviously that much marked improvement. But as you say, it's just backing up one match after another. You can't afford to kind of fall asleep, especially now we're in Group C because we've only got 2 going through. So if Andy can find that top level and find it consistently, then yeah, he's really a strong challenger in this group.
Well, let's have a look and see what the bookmakers think about proceeds. And it's the debutant Jack Tweddell who goes off the 12-5 favourite. Now, we've been having a look at some of his form on the ADC circuit, and his numbers really do stack up.
Yeah, and as you say, he's a bit of an unknown quantity to us here at the Modus Super Series, obviously here on debut. But as you say, the actual averages and things that he's been posting over in the Southwest have been very, very impressive. So it doesn't surprise me, but this is a different kettle of fish, isn't it? You know, we're here at the Super Series, so who knows?
At the bottom of the betting there is James Hubbard, back here after a long time away, took time out of the sport, but coming back into it again. It'd be interesting to see how he gets on, and we're going to hear from him in a second that actually he wants to come back and give this a go again. Yeah,
and it's great to see him back here. Obviously, you know, I can understand he hasn't been kind of playing. We haven't seen him perform over the last, few years, but I think, could be some value in there because, if he's coming here and he's put in the work and if he's been practicing away, then, yeah, we know what James can do, what he used to do. So if you can find something like that, could be value in there.
It is 18 plus. It is begambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. And let's hear from James Hubbard. He's involved in our first match of the session. He takes on Andy Hamilton. Interestingly, both players' biggest achievements came in the year of 2012. Andy Hamilton losing a world final that year. James Hubbard being world youth champion that year. Back in the sport after time away, he takes his first steps on the Super Series stage. And early on this morning, I caught up with him. James, welcome to the Modus Super Series. First of all, how much are you looking forward to the next couple of days?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. It's nice to be back. It's been a long time. It's thoroughly enjoyable, genuinely, just to walk into the room, and it's nice to see the arena and stuff. I've watched it on the stream, so yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Let's talk about yourself and talk about, first of all, the journey back into the sport. When did you first think, actually, I'd like to give this another go again?
Well, I was lucky, really. There was an exhibition near mine in Norwich, and Jason Tame and Matt Ward were lucky enough to say, do you want to come down? And I came, and it was weird to see sort of the players that I played with competing, and I just thought, let's have a go. I just didn't like not playing, so that was really what it was.
And so from that point onwards, what's kind of been the road back to this point in terms of competitions, playing and things?
Well, I've always played local league with my friends, just on a Friday night, and thoroughly enjoyed that. Just to my local club, the Wyndham Sports Bar and stuff. So that's always been fun. And then I just, I started to play okay. So I got a message off one of my friends that did the Super Leagues and the counties and sort of that sort of thing, and got back into that. And I've been playing okay since, really. So it's more the enjoyment side for me. If I enjoy it, then that's the main thing.
And in terms of this here at the Super Series, it's a big decision to say yes to the invitation. And how do you think you're going to pick yourself up here?
It is a big thing, yeah. And I've genuinely only been playing for 8 weeks, so it's not long. I got a message off Chris Murphy, and he said, do you fancy playing the Modus thing? And he gave me an 8 weeks sort of, date or whatever. And so I've practiced well, and I practiced hard. I wouldn't put myself in this position if I didn't think I was good enough. I still think I've got a lot more to give, but if this doesn't go well, I will carry on. And that's my goal, to get back on tour, and this is the start of something, hopefully.
We look forward to watching you play. James, good luck.
Thank you.
And it's going to be interesting to see how James Hubbard gets on here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. His first appearance is against the Hammer, Andy Hamilton. And as we mentioned in the introduction to this game, both players' greatest achievements in the sport came in the same year of 2012. In fact, they both played at the O2 Arena on the same night in May 2012. Andy Hamilton playing in the Premier League playoffs, and that man winning that World Youth title, beating Michael van Gerwen, no less. James Hubbard, now at the age of 32, making his debut here at the Modus Super Series. Up against Andy Hamilton, making his 10th appearance here. Former runner-up, that was in week 1 of Series 3, where you had match darts to beat John Worsley. The 57-year-old from Stoke-on-Trent is looking to make it through to finals night for a 7th time. So 2 players at either end of the experience Richter scale, and 2 players in terms of match practice at different ends as well. That's your referee, Owen Binks, world level official from Colchester. He was on the board for a 9-darter yesterday involving Chris Dobie.
It's James.
Now we're going to get 9-dart magic today. And what we're going to see from this man here, James Hubbard, on his debut at the Modus Live Lounge, at the Modus Super Series. And Laura Turner is here alongside us to talk all about it. We're looking forward, aren't we, to watching James play?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, very interesting to see what he can bring here to the Super Series. We know what we've done, but what he's done before, but as you mentioned, has been away from the dart circuit for quite a few years. So interestingly as well, you brought up the 2012 association. These guys actually met back in 2012 on the Euro Tour, and it was James that got the better of Andy Hamilton, 6-5. So not that we can really take that much into account. It's all about the here and now.
43.
The debut year of the European Tour, and how that particular tour has grown in the 12 years since. There's 14 events in 2025. I'm also going to go into this game. It's, in terms of his Group A, averaged 84.96 over the course of the 3 days. At his best, you can make an argument that he was the best player in the group, some of the numbers that he was
92.
ascertaining. But the biggest issue that he had was it was either his A game or somewhere nowhere near. It was almost as if we had prime Andy Hamilton on the stage or an imposter of Andy Hamilton on the stage at points.
55.
But it was something that he admitted himself. We spoke to him on Monday morning and he said, I know my A game is still up there and it's still a good level to be competitive against most players and still be close to my
78.
best. But his biggest issue is finding it on a consistent basis at his age.
Well, this is more of the level that we've been talking about.
180.
First 180 in it. Much needed 180 there for Andy Hamilton. Now really puts him in the driving seat in this opening leg.
His maximum hitting yesterday was
85.
absolutely
And he requires
superb.
113.
hit a max in every single game yesterday. And he's looking for a 113 checkout. He had the big fish and the ton yesterday at either side of the ton plus scale on Wednesday.
97. James, you require 118.
As James Hubbard got the hammers number early on in proceedings here. Gonna get a dart at tops. And that would have been to have
78.
kicked off with a ton plus
And you
checkout.
require 16. No score.
Ah, but he skies it into the wrong
James, you
double.
require 40.
Another chance here for Hubbard.
Take out the opening leg and to get himself on the board. Double 10.
Game
And
shot
it
the
goes.
first
Hubbard
leg.
takes the
James Hubbard.
first leg of the day. His first leg on the live lounge
Second against Andy
stage.
to throw first. Game on.
And I would say for any player, whether you've been playing regularly recently, that getting that first leg, that first double under your belt is absolutely, it's kind of, it's a
96.
relief, but it also feels imperative. You can kick on from that. And I'm sure for James, that probably would have felt really rather good.
You've been in a similar situation to James in the past where you took a bit of
60.
time away from the sport before then coming back again. When you do come back and then you get your first big date since that return, what is that feeling like?
I actually remember I'd played, as you mentioned,
140.
and then had obviously a young family, took that long break, and I remember actually going, right, we're going to do the circuit. I never really did the circuit before, and it was at the Czech Republic was my first tournament, and the amount of pressure I piled on myself because I had my parents looking after my
100.
children. Obviously, we'd kind of pulled the money together to get over there, and yeah, the pressure I felt, I was so nervous. And it's something you have to get out of your system really quite quickly because it was a disastrous first tournament.
171.
So, yeah, it can be nerve-wracking, but James has made a solid start so far. But that 171 there has just put Hamilton in a cracking position.
82.
Making himself
And he requires
94 after 9. He's already had an 11 darter this week. And he's got plenty of time to level this contest up at 1-1. Remember, he had 3 darts to win leg 1.
Game shot.
And
the
it's an 11
second
darter
leg.
to win leg
Andy
2.
Hamilton.
Hamilton is back on terms, 1 apiece.
The leg, it's James to throw first. Game on.
And to a certain extent as well, playing in this format where you're playing a round robin may be suited to James as well, because it's not that pressure of if you lose a game, you're going
45.
home. You can almost settle yourself into proceedings.
Yes, it's a really good format. It can be a punishing format as well because if you can't find your flow and you keep losing games, that actually can be quite grating for a player. But
137.
as you say, he's kind of coming back and seeing how he's going to get on, and nice, the round robin format just gives you that little safety net.
59.
Said that the real motivation was he went to watch a Modus exhibition in Northampton at the end of last year and was kind of given a bit of a bug there. And he did put a tweet out not too long ago saying that it was something that he'd give a go again. And 8 weeks of proper practice and proper playing local events and Super League has been his
42.
preparation for this particular tournament.
I think it's the one thing, though, as a player that you can't replicate. You have to be getting out and getting that proper match practice and tournament practice. That's something that, really sharpens up a player.
32.
Practice as much as you like, kind of at home or locally. But if you're not pushed and you haven't got that pressure, that's something completely different.
$140.
Just beginning to improve in this contest. Hamilton here averaging in excess of 94, though a lot of that is down to the 11 darter he had in leg 2 of the
36.
contest.
$43.
Stray on the big number means Hubbard isn't on a finish, and so Hamilton one treble to leave himself on an out. And this would be for the break of throw as well.
140.
Yeah, managed a 2 treble visit, so pressure back on James just to hold his throat. He found a response in the first leg, and he looks like he's finding a response here.
132.
Perfect setup turn.
And he requires
Forces Hamilton to
170.
take out this 117 if he wants to break the throw in leg 3. And he should get a dart at tops, providing he hits the single 17, which he does. Just drifts below. Hamilton has had a dart to win
40.
every single leg so far in this contest. And double 10 would have seen
20.
James Hubbard lead it by 2 legs to
And
1,
he
but Hamilton's going to get another
20.
break opportunity here at the target. Hubbard's just missed. Two fives now.
Game
Scampering
shot
around the
third leg.
doubles, but Hamilton
Andy
finds a
Hamilton.
way through to lead 2-1 with a break.
4 flag, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, that's always the worry, isn't it? When you start chasing those doubles round the board, but a well executed throw that pinned the double 5.
$51.
I'm also going to get involved in a little bit of Edgar mentality. I've been spending the last week or so sat with him in the commentary box, and it was
57.
interesting. He was saying something yesterday about John O'Shea, who we're going to watch tonight in Group B, and he was saying that on Tuesday he wore his shirt with the joke on, and then Wednesday decided to go for a plain attire, a plain black polo shirt. And he was
95.
saying something along the lines of, if you don't feel 100%, don't advertise yourself, as in for don't wear a shirt which has your own stuff on. And for James, just take it a little bit low-key, golf polo, golf
100.
trousers. Maybe just seeing this as an opportunity, and who knows what this could do for him. What this could do maybe in the renaissance of his career.
Yeah, I think one of the big things
59.
for dart players as well is just getting that buzz back, that bug you have to want to play. So, hopefully that will kind of ignite that fire. Obviously, as he said, he's been back on the practice board, he's been hammering away. So maybe this is the kind of spark that he needs to be inspired to rejoin those ranks. And in his interview, he's saying he wants to go back on the tour.
He's at that kind of ground zero moment, isn't he, where he can kind of do it his own way. He's not tied down by anything. If he wants to use whatever equipment, he can use whatever equipment he wants.
45.
If he travels, he can pick what competitions at his own expense at this present moment in time. At the moment, he's got that luxury where he doesn't have to tie himself down to anything for now and just see how things
80.
work out for him.
$99.
Yeah, and he
James
opting to
require
switch his
164.
down to a finish, but it's Hubbard that gets the first attempt here at 164. Another one of those. That leaves him the ball.
130.
Not far off the target.
And you require 152.
And so Hamilton to save throw, 152. Perfectly sat for another. Double 16. And that would have been a haymaker for Hubbard.
136.
Both
James requires
players
25.
missing the target for a big tub plus out. Hubbard comes back, 2 in hand at double 8 to level up at 2-2 and to get the break back. But cannot use it, cannot utilise the guide of dart 1.
16.
And so Hamilton will return for that target to move himself 3-1 to the good.
Game shot on the 4 flag.
Straight in he goes.
Andy
Hamilton leads 3-1, pinning the double 8 first time of asking.
5th flag, it's James to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, it's a scoreline that could quite have easily gone the other way. Hubbard spurned 8 darts so far in this match at the outer ring.
57. $134.
Hamilton looking to move through the gears. He got the break. He nearly saw it lost straight away. But now really looking to bring the
96.
hammer down, to put of a better phrase, to this contest.
$46.
It's that theme that we've been speaking about when it comes to Andy Hamilton, just that consistency.
140.
And he's able to find those good legs. As you say, I had that 11 darter in the second leg, but not necessarily able to back it up. But what has been impressive is that setup play. When he's getting near a finish, he's managing to find a ton 40, really
100.
piling on the pressure.
And hot on the tails of Hubbard here, who has the advantage of throwing leg 5, but a dry score here will open up the door for Hamilton to see this game
60.
through, and it's only a 60. It's punishable, more than punishable, by the former World Championship finalist. When that first dart sits up there, it begs for more to follow. I think that's what they call a bad ton, isn't it?
James, you require 148.
Indeed, and the 148 not going to go here for Hubbard. So Hamilton has a match-winning chance here. It's 1-2-1. We saw him miss the 152 earlier, so
Andy, you require 121.
well within his remit.
For the match. And to take the early ascendancy in this Group C, he's going to get a match dart at double 14.
93.
And he's going to need to have
James, you
more,
require
if he's
48.
going to get any more.
Yeah, this would be a hold of throw for James if he can convert the 48,
Game
which he
shot on the
does
5th
in
flag.
2 darts.
James
But now
Hubbard.
Hubbard's going to need to find a way of breaking Andy Hamilton.
6th flag, it's Andy to throw first.
When he's made
James.
Andy serve it out, he has forced the question upon him. 10-point gap in terms of the averages.
81.
Andy by far in terms of scoring power outweighing James. Both missed a plethora of doubles in this game. James has missed 8, Andy's missed 7.
46.
Yeah, and that visit there from Hubbard just really opening the door here. If Andy Hamilton can find a treble, there's one.
96. $100.
There was so much to pack in with that interview with James at the beginning of the programme. Only so much time to do it in that we never really got to find out what would success be for him
140.
on this stage over the next couple of days or so. Is it making it through to Saturday? Is it just playing at a level he's happy with?
Yeah, I think it's probably a combination. The best
6.
thing is to come here with some of the best players that have done the best have come here with not too many expectations, and I think you just don't want to put that pressure on yourself. Settle in, see how you get on. But I would imagine in the back of his mind, he probably knows he's in Group C. It's a
94.
difficult group to get out. Notoriously, only 2 out of the 6 can go through. I think performance-wise, that would be quite important to him.
Hamilton looking to see this game off 4-2.
58.
He's going to get 6 darts on 90.
And
Doesn't
you
have to
require
chase the
90.
bullseye if he doesn't want to complete this match. Goes bullseye first. Will stay there. He was too good.
82.
And no major damage done with James all the way back in the 200s. We have seen Andy fluff his lines early on in the match when it came to the doubles. And there's a bit of pressure as James finds his first 180.
And he require 8.
Double 4 for Hamilton to see the match through and to seal a 4-2 victory. The hammer is on the board. James Hubbard's first game here of the Modus Super Series ends in defeat. The hammer, a 4-2 victor, and that is the first game of the group completed. Coming up after the break, Anthony Allen up against Adam Paxton. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Andy Hamilton got the better of James Hubbard by 4 legs to 2. Hamilton over the line, winning the first game of the session. Match 2, Allen against Paxton. Now, let's have a look and see how these two match up then. Adam has been here all week. Disappointing Group A performance from him, finishing second bottom in Group A, a player of his quality. Would have expected a bit more, but Anthony Allen making his third appearance here. 46 years of age from Coventry. He's played at a couple of WDF World Championships. His third appearance at the Live Lounge. He's going to make a third appearance at the Lakeside later on this year. This is going so great, Law, isn't it? Adam Paxton, the 24-year-old former weekly winner. Last time he was here. In terms of his stats, for Group A, 83.6. Average 30% on the doubles, and
first leg,
well,
it's
he
Anthony to throw first.
Got through Group C the last
Game
time
on.
he was here, and he's hoping that he can do something similar here.
Yeah, absolutely. And we know he's got the calibre to do it. As you say, picked up that weekly win here. And I guess when you've done something like that, and you've done it
45.
on debut as well, when you come back, obviously you have a good feeling about the venue, but unfortunately for him, just didn't pan out in Group A. But with this format the way it is, has a second chance here. but we'll have to find a way through Group C.
Well, these two have something in common. They're both supporters of
59.
Coventry City Football Club, so they're used to great expectations and then great disappointment, which was kind of the story of Adam Paxton's Group A.
100.
He would have harboured realistic ambitions of going on to win it and then just kind of dovetailed towards the end. It was a strong enough day on
59.
Wednesday without playing towards his best. But we say it so often, don't we? On a Thursday for a player that comes out of Group C into Group A, it's all about reset mentality.
No, yeah, absolutely. It's a second chance. And you have to kind of think as well, in Group A, there is only one person that can guarantee their spot on finals night. So the percentages will probably see you playing in Group B or Group C. I think for most players, they would rather have found themselves in Group B. But for Adam, he's here, as we say, in Group C.
60.
And now you've just got a job to do. The goal is Saturday.
Paxton leaving himself on 110 after 12 to get the break and throw. Alan's going to put him under some pressure, leaving himself on a two-darter. And he's going to get a dart at double 18 to take out the 110. Tuesday, he had 3 ton plus checkouts, including a 164 and a 130. But it's just a skinny double 18 to take out the opening leg against Fro here.
Yeah, no issues there for Adam Paxton. Takes that first leg, and it's against the Anthony Allen throw.
Second leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
And I think when you've had that disappointment of perhaps underperforming and not
59.
living up to the expectations that you probably had in Group A, to come out here and just get that first win under your belt and win confidently, that's quite important.
80.
Anthony looking to get through to a finals night at the third time of asking, possibly looking to follow in the footsteps of Carl Sneed, who has had a couple of appearances here that have been unsuccessful in the past and was able to make his way through Group A.
$58.
But I do think you look at the players that are left in this week.
100.
And there's no one that, in terms of a favourite for it, completely stands out and you think that's the one that's going to go win the week or take it by the scruff from there. I think everybody that's left here will see an opportunity open up for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I do tend to agree. It's a very open group.
125.
It's one of those weeks, isn't it, that any one of them picking that trophy at the end, it wouldn't be a major shock or surprise.
41. Anthony requires 75.
Well, this would be for a break straight back.
35.
Allen unable to take out the tots, but he has got time to do so. Paxton on throw, not able to back up what he did in leg 1.
105.
Leaves himself on a two-darter eventually, but this, another opportunity for Anthony Allen to level up. Double 10 is what he's looking at.
Yeah, just using the length of the oki, trying to get a better angle, and it paid off.
Leg. Anthony Allen.
Shaggy levels up one apiece, actually.
So like it's Anthony to throw first.
There was a Shaggy anniversary yesterday. It wasn't me who came up with this stat. But it was actually yesterday, 2 years to the day since Scott Williams
41.
won on this stage. And he's done some great things since, making a World Championship semi-final. Players champion, of course, as well.
100. $43.
Yeah, both players here, they found that break on their first winning legs, but
60.
haven't been able to back it up. And those visits from Anthony Allen, once again, allowed Adam Paxton a real good break
37.
opportunity. $93.
58.
It's just felt like a game where both players have been in reserve so far, almost as if the handbrake hasn't been taken off the contest up to press.
100.
He's just taking a look at the scoreboard.
138.
Opts to switch
Adam, you're back
just to
148.
ensure that he is on a finish.
He's going to get a poke at the 164, the 164 which
Anthony, you require
Paxton took out on
164.
Tuesday.
Yeah, we saw James Hubbard narrowly miss in the opening match, the 164, but Anthony Allen straight in the big five, so adjusts well, and then
68.
misaligns there.
Double six.
Game shot of
Quick
Kerber.
thinking, quick reactions, and a quick fire visit for Adam Paxton to fire himself 2-1 in front. Each of the opening three legs of this contest so far have gone against Roes. And to paraphrase the words of Chris Mason, he'll often say that a game like this, if there's a lot of breaks, it can be representative of a bit of a scrappy nature. And I think it's fair to say both players are still looking to move through the gears somewhat.
Yeah, 100%. Group C again, one of those groups that you just isn't. It feels imperative to start and carry on, and as strongly as you possibly can. I know that would be the same for any dart match and anything, but Group C especially, if you find yourself lagging behind after the first 2-3 games, it's a very uphill climb after that.
You find yourself in a lot of trouble very quickly, where we saw last week Mike Warburton got all the way to the final, having not won a match in Group B on the opening night, but then being able to get through by winning 3 out of 4. You can't really do that in a Group C. Time ticks away very, very fast on a Thursday and Friday afternoon.
59.
Yeah, I've got that T-shirt.
I wasn't going to bring it up, Laura.
100.
Nope, I get it. It's an experience. I can understand how the players feel. You want that solid, strong start.
82.
Well, Paxton's just beginning to raise his level. Nowhere near his rip-roaring best, but he's just finding a level which is at the moment just a little bit too much for Allen. It's 82 for a 3-1 lead. He's going to get a dart at tops.
62.
Drops below. He hasn't had much joy in that target
106.
so far this week as Adam, and that's kind of been part of the problem. When he won his week, his doubling was absolutely stupendous.
44.
But Alan,
Adam,
you
you
see there from the
require
shake of the head,
20.
I'm not able to find any kind of response.
Game shot on the 4 flag. Adam Paxton.
Paxton opens up a 3-1 lead. Backs the break up of the last of a hold
5th leg, it's Anthony
in the
to throw
4th.
first.
And so he has the game exactly where he wants it. And Anthony had a little bit like James Hubbard in the previous match, looking to force his opponent to serve it out.
85. $140.
Yeah, I agree with what you said earlier. Actually, I think Adam Paxton's now just starting to go through those gears.
100.
He's been the one that's been able to drag his level up after a cagey opening couple of legs.
123.
Usually at the Super Series, say the player who's got the only breaker throw is the one that will have the aces to win the match. But Paxton, by getting the only holder throw so far in this match, finds himself in the ascendancy.
$94.
Yeah, and it is Paxton who is down to a finish first. And a finish that could see him 1 out of 4-1 winner.
140.
But Allen's left himself on a 2-darter. And the 144 isn't going to go, and so Allen will get an opportunity. Should get a dart at tops.
94. Anthony requires 76.
Guarantee this game goes on a leg longer.
And tops
56.
Pulls it low, and
Adam, you require 50.
is that a mistake from Anthony Allen?
Double 16 for the match, double 16 for the win. And Adam Paxton has saved his best leg till last. 14 darts to get over the line by 4 legs to 1. It was a cagey start for the pair, but it was the Pac-Man that was just able to raise the levels towards the finishing line. Just had a little bit too much for Anthony Allen. A shake of the head, a conversation with the referee Owen Binks about the game that they've shared. The two Coventry City supporters departing the stage as one. It's the most they've had for a crowd in a while. Next up, Jack Tweddell against Bradley Roes.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. Two players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 1-4-1? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve West has won the match with a 9 dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9 darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leads double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it. Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy. Glenn, do you know my grandpa Mark Salmon? Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9 darter. Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Leacock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9 darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9 darters! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Adam Paxton got the better of Anthony Allen by 4 legs to 1 in our second match of the day. And this meeting between Jack Tweddell and Bradley Roes will complete the first round of fixtures on this Thursday afternoon. Bradley, former weekly winner here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, up against Jack Tweddell, who is on debut in this competition, but comes into this tournament with a big reputation. He has played well on the ADC circuits, made a semi-final of the Championship Tour, whereas this man, Bradley Roes, a former weekly champion. But all eyes on that man, on his debut, Jack Tweddell, and it'll be interesting to see how he quits on the stage. He's age 29, he's from Swindon, firing with a 22-gram customised dart to his name, up against Bradley Roes. The 20-year-old celebrated his birthday a few days ago from The Hague in the Netherlands, and as you can see, a Series 7 week 3 winner.
Game on.
We're about to see the first darts of Jack Tweddell on the Live Lounge stage. He comes in with a big reputation after making that semi-final in Aylesbury. He went off as the bookmaker's favourite as well. It's a bit of a reputation to uphold.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but we were kind of doing a bit of research, weren't we, looking at those stats.
100.
And he's second on the ADC table down in the southwest, just behind Super Series regular Johnny Haynes. And Yeah, he was averaging, his stats were by far the highest on the table, 87.1 for his kind of consistent average. First 9, 97.13. So I can understand why he's coming as favourite. But, you know, this is the Super Series. This is in front of cameras. 96. It's a stage. You know, it can be a different environment for players.
Well, a couple of tons so far, so steady enough start.
93.
Well, trouble of visit so far. And that's kind of been the level that if you look at the numbers he has been ascertaining, he's been playing at, consistently finding a treble of visit, which in this format, particularly in a Group C, is going to give you opportunities.
$140.
Yeah, 2 trebles there. Very solid start here from Jack.
And Bradley unable to take out the 167, and so Tweddell will return for the 68 to
58.
Take a 1-0 lead in this contest. Double 4 for a 14 darter
Jack Tweddell.
for your first leg on the live lounge stage. Welcome to the Modus Super Series, Jack Tweddell.
Bradley to throw first. Game on.
Well, he seems so far to be living up to that expectation. Obviously, it's early doors. But yeah, very good start there from Jack Tweddell. And a great response here from Bradley Roes.
180.
Bradley didn't think he was in a game. He's definitely in a game now.
And that's the thing sometimes. When you're playing a relatively unknown
100.
quantity, then it can be... you should always go up there with the expectation of just playing your absolute best. But sometimes when you know the standard of the player you're going to be playing against, it just has that... It gives you that extra
100.
kind of motivation and edge. And the rest of the field will most definitely know what to expect from Jack Tweddell.
140.
I know they say play the ball, not the player, but these are the hardest games to play because, say you're Bradley, you may not know too much about Jack, so you don't know too much what to expect from him.
140.
Now Bradley looking to respond to that opening 14 dart from Jack with a potential 11 on his own.
Well, this has been a fantastic start to this match. Tweddell with a 14 in the first leg. Bradley elected not to go for the bullseye there.
161.
Left himself on 32. Tweddell unable to take out the 161, and so Bradley
57.
leaving himself a double 16
Bradley
after 12
32.
to level this contest up at 1-1. Double 8 now, the first 2 in the way. No is the answer. Good contest this, a 14 followed by 15, and we are level at 1 apiece.
The leg is Jack to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, and a really good response and a necessary response there from Bradley because
81.
when it is just a race to 4, if you lose that opening leg, not the worst thing in the world when you don't have the darts, but you have to hold throw because otherwise you find yourself 2-0 down very, very quickly, and the darts is with your opponent.
100.
Well, sometimes you see debutants some signs of nerves, but there's been absolutely none so far from Jack Tweddell. I think the biggest compliment that you can pay him so far is he hasn't looked like a debutant on that stage. He's looked like a established household name in the 4 minutes that he's been playing here in the live lounge.
Yeah, and you see it more and more often with the players that are coming in. They don't seem so fazed by these kind of situations. And in fairness, you know, if Jack can maintain the stats that we know he can, I can understand why, because he's obviously got that confidence in his own ability.
What do you think more players just becoming more quitted to things straight away compared to the past?
I think there's a lot more opportunity to play. I mean,
65.
I've heard Chris Mason say it previously before that, you know, you go back to when we all started playing darts and there weren't these opportunities. You know, you had your Super League, you had your county, and you had a few competitions. But now you've obviously got, you know, I've got the women's series, but then you've also got the ADC, the Vaults, you've got PDC, you've got WDF. I mean, there isn't a weekend where you can't play darts. In fact, there probably isn't even an evening now that you couldn't go out and find a tournament. So there's just so many more opportunities.
105. Bradley require 119.
Well, the opportunity's opened up here for Bradley to take a 2-1 lead against the throw, but if he's going to utilise it, he's going to have to take out the 119. And he nearly found the bullseye to do exactly that. And so Tweddell will return for 25. Tweddell would have been twiddling his thumbs at the back of the stage, wondering whether he's going to get this opportunity. And it's an opportunity he takes. He leads 2-1. This has been a really good performance so far. 3 legs played, average of 95, 50% on the doubles. Looking really at home on the live lounge stage.
$96.
Well, this so far has definitely been the standard bearing game. The
119.
match which has brought this Group C to life.
Yeah, arguably a tentative start from the other 4 competitors, but these 2 have definitely hit the ground running.
100.
How many times do we see it as well, where one game just sets the pattern for the rest to follow? Once a couple of players get going, the rest of the group tend to do so as well.
35.
Yeah, absolutely. And I will say, if these pairing, if they maintain this standard, the rest of the group is going to have to find a higher level.
$95.
Roes leaves himself on the fish after 9, which was taken out by Andy Hamilton yesterday.
81. Bradley, you require 170.
And he doesn't have to take it out if he doesn't want to. Has got 6 on here to level this match up at 2 apiece.
58.
But it's going to be under pressure now. It's going to be under maximum pressure. And that 180 has left Tweddell on a 2-darter. And suddenly Bradley Roes finds himself on the back foot. And for a position of comfort in this leg, he may have to face a dart against him to go 3-1 behind and a break behind.
72. Jack, you require 86.
Yeah, and that shows just what a little bit of pressure can actually do to a player as Tweddell pins the 54 for 32.
54.
Can't convert.
Bradley, you require 40.
Bradley's heart would have been in his mouth for a second there. Looks at tops. Gets tops. A dart of real conviction. A match which is level in scoreline. 2-2 between Tweddell and Roes.
Against Jack to throw first. Game. $135.
Yeah, really is very little to split these pair.
125.
And I think Bradley's kind of found that way of finding that reset button that we talked about. He obviously had a disappointing Group A campaign. It was frustrating for him at times. And he's come back here, knows what the job is, and is playing at an exceptional standard, possibly one of the highest standards we've seen from him this week.
Well, this is how good this contest has been. Both players averaging in the high 90s.
98.
Both players averaging 97. Tweddell's left himself on the fish after 9. Roes needs another treble to leave himself on a finish. Finds that second treble.
Jack, you require 170.
Which just changes the dynamic because it forces Tweddell to go for the bullseye on the back of the fish. If he found a couple of trebles, there was no option for him to lay up there. Bradley now with a break chance, but a big chance. And it's a chance that's not going to be taken. And so Tweddell leads himself on 112 to move himself 3-2 to the good in a game which is swung back and forth so far.
119. Jack, you require 112.
Yeah, great setup play there from Bradley, but will he get back to the board as Jack Tweddell looks for tops?
92.
And just pulls it low.
Bradley, you require 24.
Roes looking at double 12 to get the first break of this match. So we'll go on with throws so far. up until this point. It's a 13-darter. It's a breaker throw for Bradley Roes to see himself 3-2 to the good. And he now has the dart to see the match through. And if he does win this game, in the first round of fixtures, the 3 players that would have dropped out of Group A would have won their first matches of the day against the 3 debutants, the 3 players coming into the group.
Yeah, I can see this being one of those groups that's going to go right down to the wire.
140.
The way the players have kicked off this Group C campaign, I think we've got some twists and turns coming up.
57.
One thing that's been more pleasing than anything else as well about Bradley has been the way he's been able to keep everything in check in this game. There was times, particularly on Monday, where that frustration was just beginning to creep over and eke over into his game to his detriment. But he's kept everything under control in this match, and he now has control of this match. 6 darts and 2-2-4 to get over the line.
60.
Yeah, couldn't find the treble there, just trying to lift it over those first 2 darts. And Tweddell finds a second max.
Bradley require 164.
Nothing between them in terms of the scoreline, but it's Roes that gets to go first.
He's unable to get.
58.
And another setup turn which has gone dry, which has left him on a 3-darter if he gets another go. If he gets a go. The bullseye for the 164.
128.
And that would have been to have taken us all the way.
Bradley require 106.
It wasn't the worst miss in the world. If you are going to miss at the ball, he's left himself on 36 if Roes cannot convert this.
He's not able to.
49.
That maximum for Jack Tweddell has completely changed the complexion of this leg. It looked like Bradley was in cruise control to go and win this game, but his second 14-darter of the match sees us go all the way. And for the first time, a sign of frustration on the face of the young Dutchman, who's going to have to find a break in the last leg if he's to win his opening match of the day.
60.
Yeah, you can understand those last 3 visits from Bradley, 60, 58 and 49. When he was in such a commanding position, it would have been extremely frustrating and a massive opportunity lost, because now the advantage you feel is with Jack Tweddell.
40.
But an excellent turn. Tweddell went off dry. Bradley with a couple of trebles.
100.
Well, if this is the standard we're going to see from these 2 today, then sign me up. Been a really good contest. Probably the best contest of the week so far.
And again, this is good from Bradley Roes. You mentioned he just seemed a bit frustrated after that 6th leg, but he's holding it all together and finding that power scoring once again.
And just like the last leg, finds himself 6 darts away from winning the match.
55.
But has left himself on a bogey number. And so it's opened up the door again for Jack. In the last leg, he hit a max to change the complexion of proceedings. And he's done so again here in leg 7. And he's going to get a go at the 118 because Bradley's stranded on 166.
Yeah, careless there from Bradley Roes. And just say that maximum really has just changed the complexion of this leg once again.
He's left himself on a double after 12, but is he going to get a go? Jack Tweddell gets a max dart at tops to finish off with a 118.
Jack Tweddell!
What a debut for Jack Tweddell. What a way to announce yourself on the live lounge stage. He has beaten Bradley Roes by 4 legs to 3 in an absolute corker. Coming up after the break, Andy Hamilton takes on Anthony Allen. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. So before the break, Jack Tweddell got the better of Bradley Roes by 4 legs to 3. Bradley, who had averaged in excess of a ton, the first ton plus average that we've seen this week at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and it was in a losing effort against Jack Tweddell. 3 maxims, but 2 of them timed to perfection for set-up shots, which gave him the opportunity to win the match. He finished off with a 118 checkout, the first ton topper that we have seen today at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and the tick-tock star is ticking along quite nicely. Easy for some to say. Hamilton and Allen is our 4th game of the afternoon session. Hamilton beating James Hubbard by 4 legs to 2. Anthony Allen looking to recover from a 4-1 loss against Adam Paxton.
96.
Yeah, the opening match from Hamilton, a bit up and down. We've mentioned his consistency throughout, but still posted just under a 90 average. But Anthony Allen way off the pace. So hopefully for Anthony, that was just a settler. Obviously, it's his first match this week up there on the Super Series stage. But you feel that he's going to have to up those levels by a good 10, 20 points on the average if he's going to make any impression in Group C.
39.
These two won't
55.
be overly deterred by each other's pace. Not the quickest players we've ever seen here at the Super Series, but what they will do is they'll get up and they will get on with it in the respect of they'll just let their opponent do their own thing, they'll do their own thing. It'll be played in a decent enough spirit.
96.
It's not the first Shaggy to play at the Super Series this year, is Anthony, because Joe Mernon once upon a time had that nickname.
Yep, I know it wasn't me.
$96. $59.
Hamilton with 6 and 174 to take out the opening leg of this contest.
$80.
Would have felt like he could have left himself on something smaller than that, particularly after the first start in the treble. But a couple of times today where he hasn't been able to follow a good lie. But he is going to get 6 on here because Anthony leaves himself on 171.
And you can already see early signs of frustration creeping in there for Anthony Allen as Andy Hamilton pins 54 for tops.
54.
Yeah, and that's a wild last start, and you can see, I think the hammer felt the same.
$60.
Tops for the hammer to take out the opening leg of this contest. Down for 10s.
Game
and then it goes. Hamilton up and running with a 7-visit leg.
Second leg, it's Anthony to throw first. Game on. 100.
Yeah, despite that being a ton there for Anthony Allen, you can still see the reaction. He was disappointed in the visit because the first one went in, and now Andy Hamilton takes that advantage and finds the 180.
He's been the 180 magnet this week.
100.
Has the hammer. He's hit a 180 in every single game since the beginning of yesterday's action. And he's continuing on here. Continuing on. But it's only 5 of the best as opposed to 6.
Nancy Allen just desperately trying
100.
to hold on to the coattails there of Andy Hamilton. But it's Hamilton who should Be down to something quite handy after this visit.
$145.
Hamilton on for another 11 darter here. And this kind of goes with the story of his week. When he's been good, he
81.
has been very good.
And
The first
he
leg was won in
required
20.
41.
He could win it in effectively half the time here if he pins the 9 and double 16 without any failure.
$23.
But that's been a glaring
Anthony
issue.
require
Mere start to
120.
the double.
Anthony Allen still trying to seek out that treble and pulls it low. So Andy Hamilton will be back. Not really the target I think he would have been hoping for, but 9-9 it is.
And you require 18.
Well, he has split this week with differentiating success. 10 for double 4. He's awfully close to
No
the double
score.
10. And he sank low into the double
Anthony
13.
requires
And a leg that
75.
should have been in the possession of the hammer, who had left himself on 41 after 9, may well be under the name of Anthony Allen. But he's
55.
unable to take advantage of his opportunity.
And
And I
you
suppose the
require
question is now,
18.
what does Andy do from this point?
Game
Yeah,
shot
different
the
tack,
second
different
leg.
result. Here's
Andy
Andy
Hamilton.
Hamilton. It's 2-0 to the good.
Should have gone for it all
The leg,
along.
it's Andy to throw first. Game.
I'll let you tell him that.
But that will be the frustration for Andy, because it was a leg he had so much control of. But he allowed his opponent to have an
134.
opportunity to nick it.
Yeah, just the one chance so far at the outer ring for Anthony Allen was at that tops.
134.
This game 4 of 15 that we're going to bring to you this afternoon. We then have another 10 tonight.
96.
And Group B gets underway. Remind you, if you joined us late on this Thursday
97.
afternoon, Shane Hayward unfortunately has had to withdraw due to illness. And so he will be replaced by Mason Whitlock in Group B later on this evening. 10 o'clock we kick off here on the
58.
Super Series YouTube channel.
$60.
Yeah, call from Anthony Allen there to come on, trying to G himself up. Kind of all round the target, but can't find it, and definitely can't find it consistently as Andy Hamilton finds the treble once again and again. Opts to switch. Switches beautifully.
177.
Leads himself on a double after 12. The scoring has been absolutely superb. At times immaculate from the hammer. But it's been in this department where
36.
he has had his issues. 3 in his hand at double 18 for 3-0 lead. Double 9. But he's going to split it. And this time the target's double 8.
20.
He's unable to get.
Anthony, you require 110.
Double 16.
78.
Another chance come
Andy,
and gone
require
for Anthony Allen.
60.
But another leg Andy Hamilton's had control of and has allowed his opponent to have an opportunity at a double. Comes back for 2-8s, and that first dart's awkward. The bulbousness of his barrel means that the target area is shorter. An open bet at double 4.
$12.
Yeah, more trouble for
Anthony
Andy Hamilton on that
required
outer ring.
32.
That's that 2 from 14 attempts.
Game shot on the third leg.
Anthony Allen does
Anthony
find
Allen.
the target. Third attempt. Quite an aggressive snatch
Well,
out of the
it's
board there, and I
Anthony to
think
throw
that's
first.
just the frustration that Allen's feeling
Game.
right now. Even when you take that leg as a player, you haven't really convincingly won it. You've kind of snatched it away from your opponent who
60.
can't finish off the leg. That is darts. But I think for Anthony, it's just the case that he's not finding any kind of high-level range or consistency.
$26.
Well, it felt like for a second that the way that Andy Hamilton was tearing apart Anthony Allen, that he may have needed a doctor, but it turns out that they may need to call an ambulance, but maybe the ambulance will be needed for Andy because he may well see the alarm bells ringing right now.
$93.
Yeah, good save there with the last start. But it is amazing in this sport how easily and quickly things can turn
60.
around.
$45.
And suddenly this game has taken a different complexion.
100.
Hamilton looked in cruise control. He looked set and destined to lead this game 3-0. And suddenly, Anthony Allen providing no dramas from Hamilton in terms of hitting a maxi. He's going to get 6 darts on 181 to level this contest up at 2 apiece. How quickly a game can change.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's being completely outplayed, Allen, in terms of the stats. 180 for Andy Hamilton, the 177, a 140.
60.
All those columns are empty for Anthony Allen, but in a good position here.
Well, Andy had that game on Tuesday against Carl Sneed where he had lost 4-3 but could have won 7-0. He had darts in every single leg of the
58.
contest.
Anthony
Missed
was
15
121.
altogether at the outer ring. He's missed 12 so far in this match. And he's allowed Anthony Allen 6 from here to level up at 2-2.
57.
Advantage which he's just gift wrapped back to his opponent.
$180.
Second maximum there
Anthony
leads Andy
requires
Hamilton on
64.
16, but Anthony Allen here with the first chance. And you have to make sure of the single number, especially
32.
when you've got the option of the 16 and the 8
And he
together.
requires 16.
3-1 would probably be a fair reflection of the scoreline. However, if Hamilton pins it, not in the way that it should have been a reflection of the scoreline.
Game shot on the
Because
fourth
Andy
leg.
dominated the last leg and
Andy
Anthony won
Hamilton.
it. That leg, Anthony dominated that Andy won. Hamilton
Fifth leg, it's
3-1
Andy
to
to
the
throw
good,
third.
but this has been a conspicuous contest so far.
$100.
At that point, if you're Andy, you dominate the game. You've seen your opponent get back into it. You've managed to stave them off. You're now at
96.
effectively match point. You're just trying to get rid of Anthony as soon as possible, aren't you?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that leg that Andy Hamilton gifted to Anthony Allen kind of just shook him slightly and gave Anthony Allen that bit of confidence, which is why we saw the performance we saw. But
190.
now Andy Hamilton all back in the driving seat, third 180 of the match.
35.
And that's that feeling of just nothing's going right for me.
And the cards are stacked against. The cards are stacked against. And Hamilton here. Going to get this game completed. Anthony looking at a little bit of
82.
discomfort at the back of the stage there. I don't know if that's a pained expression because of the scoreline or whether we're reading just too much into it. But even at 180, Hamilton's still got 6 to complete the contest.
Yeah, it's been a relatively straightforward so far for Andy Hamilton. Fluffed his line slightly on the outer ring, but
79.
very much in control in this match.
And he's going to get 2 darts to win the contest. Now, Hamilton
43.
likes to lay his first dart
And
low
he
when he has a
requires
60
60.
combination. He's missed the big number a couple of times this week as a consequence of it. But no mistake there. And no mistake on the tops.
Jordan, the
Andy
match.
Hamilton gets the better of Anthony
Andy
Allen by
Hamilton.
4 legs to 1. At times, the hammer was sublime, but missed doubles was at times his downfall. He gets over the line nonetheless by 4 legs to 1 at 14. Data rounding it off. And coming up after the break, we're going to watch Bradley Roes in action up against James Hubbard.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree. Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Well, Smith, is it
Darius
a
Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot on the
Oh,
mark.
he gets the job
Andreas
done
Harrison.
in the end. He's nodding in total
Game shot on the
agreement
second
because
leg. Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. There you can see.
So that she can unlock at any moment. But that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him. And is. It was a great guide.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas
It's a
Harrison.
breaker throw for Andres Harrison.
Shot on the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead.
The fifth leg. Shot on the
It's not an
sixth
11,
leg.
but
Andreas
it's a
Harrison.
beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series. And we're going to see James Hubbard on the stage again, making his return to the sport, the 2012 World Youth Champion. Actually, this is a meeting between two players who have won Youth World titles as he takes on Bradley Roes. Bradley, a twice Youth World Champion, once in the JDC, but also the first ever WDF Boys World Champion,
leg,
winning that
it's Bradley
title
to
at the
throw
Lakeside,
first.
beating a
Game on.
player not too far from here in Charlie Large in the final. Somebody we've seen on multiple occasions here at the Super Series. But Bradley, we'll see how he's feeling, because he may well have
60.
had to have licked his wounds in that previous match between Hamilton and Allen, because in game 3 he averaged in excess of a ton and did not pick up the points, losing out to Jack Tweddell by 4 legs to 3. But one thing we have seen
96.
is the young Dutchman is very much in the mood.
Yeah, very much so. Very much so. As you say, standout performance, 50% on the outer ring as well. Didn't do much wrong,
60.
but some power scoring from Jack Tweddell at the perfect time. Saw him across the line.
$59.
So James, we can kind of give him a free pass for the first match. Averaged underneath the 80. Missed 8 darts at a double. First time in a while he's been exposed to these kind of elements. There was
95.
moments and glimmers of some good stuff, but I feel like with James we're going to be watching a process with him over the next couple of days.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a great place to kind of
135.
not just test out how you're playing, but kind of test out how sharp you are when it comes to playing in these kind of events against this standard of player as
60.
well.
He's got 6 darts from here to take out the opening leg.
60.
I think one thing that possibly was becoming apparent with James Hubbard in that opening match was just the sharpness when it came to seeing out the legs. As you mentioned, missed 8 on the outer ring, was 2 from 10 in the end. Just feel that that's possibly the area that will be needing the most improvement.
Able to find the treble 17, but he's hoping that Bradley hasn't got a big fish up his sleeve.
91. Bradley require 170.
Can you, Brad? Can you? No, he can't. And so Hubbard is going to get the break opportunity.
100. James, you require
Yeah, and you'd argue the lie of that first start for Bradley looked absolutely perfect, very inviting, but couldn't follow it through.
Game shot on the
Yeah, but
first.
James Hubbard
James
does
Hubbard.
pin the 60, and that's an early breaker throw.
Second leg is James to throw first. Game on.
Even already, he must be feeling today's beginning to transpire against him. The performance of the week statistically, in terms of average, doubling at 50%. He couldn't even pick the
96.
points up. There were definite signs of improvement yesterday from Bradley. He was
43.
averaging around about 83 for both the first couple of days of action. And that pretty much playing to his annual numbers, where for the 12 months of 2024, he's averaged 83.01. But yesterday there was a real upturn in level. 87.76 was his overall daily average.
60.
And his doubling was much better as well at 39.5%. So he's certainly trending in the right direction overall. But in this game, James Hubbard has taken the first leg and is running with that advantage.
Yeah, it really is it? There's a gulf in terms of the averages between this pair already so far.
100. James, you require 170.
Oh, Bradley couldn't find. James doesn't have to find the big fish. But I just wonder whether, if he's left on finishes like this
96.
with Bradley or other opponents not on out, whether he will go for the bullseye, just to give himself a glimmer of the old times again.
60.
Rekindle
James,
that
you
old
require
flame.
74.
But he's got plenty of time here to double his advantage. And because Bradley wasn't on the finish, didn't have to chase the 15 and ball, and was looking for the 25 to leave tops.
34.
And that's what he's going to leave himself eventually.
Yeah, tidies it up in the end.
100. James, you require 40.
That frustration is beginning to creep into Bradley's game again.
No score. Bradley, you require 138.
And when you raise your game like he did in that opening match and then come out with nothing really to show for it, can be disappointing. And you think to yourself, right, just do it again. You've got the levels, you've got the standard, and
James, you require 40.
can't quite replicate it. It is frustrating, but his composure in the opening match, Bradley Roes, if he can find that composure,
30.
then he should be giving himself
Bradley, you
opportunities. He's
require
got
99.
chances here in this match.
But that single one with the last start of the last visit means that he's left himself on a free darter. And that leaves him on 90. And decided to go for treble 20 to leave double 15.
49.
And so Hubbard, who has
require 10.
missed 6 darts at a double in this contest, is going to split for double 4 here. And that
James on
first
the
start
second
there
leg.
on the single 2 is
James
actually
Hubbard.
quite a nice guide for the double after he went inside on the double 4.
Third leg, it's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, Hubbard got there in the end. It was a leg that was 1 in 24 darts, and I think
60.
with Bradley Roes needing to find a breaker throw, that was the ideal opportunity. But as you mentioned, we just saw elements of that frustration that can be quite debilitating for him in terms of producing his best.
44.
And there was a real possibility that the game could have changed if he didn't take out that double two, because if Bradley takes out the 50 after all the space he had
140.
in that second leg, he may have felt as if the rug was pulled from beneath him somewhat.
$100.
And sometimes when you see your opponent doing that, you kind of just kind of get this buzz. You feel like you've kind of got that player in a position where you can really exploit and frustrate them even more.
$85. $134.
Well, Bradley looking to reduce the deficit in half, but
135.
that two big treble turn just gives James a sniff in the background. Double 16 though for the 110.
78.
It's not located by Bradley. What a moment this would be for James Hubbard if he found the 137.
A good adjustment, but a real chance here for Bradley to get a leg on the board.
Bradley require 32.
Double 16.
Yeah, trying to lift it over the top, went really high, but again, another good adjustment there from Bradley Roes.
Really good dart that. And you consider how precarious that lie was and how precarious the position he was in as well. If he missed that, then James had 3 in his hand at 24 to move 3-0 to the good. And these darts would have been to have won the match.
140. $140.
Sometimes you just need the leg under your belt, and then you can really settle into the match. It just seemed like a much more positive visit there from Bradley.
57.
Two former world youth champions in action, and you can watch on a Saturday night here at this Super Series. Just scan that QR code, take you over to a website called www.dartshot.tv, where for just £2 you can be here on a Saturday night, mingle with the stars, be up close and personal to some of the biggest names we've had a tour card, and some of the biggest names that the sport has ever seen. I mean, put it this way, when you look at the likes of Connor Scott, who is probably going to be on tour next year, it may be the only chance in history you get to watch him for just £2, because I think in the future you're going to be paying very good money to watch a player like that in action.
Yeah, absolutely.
57.
And it's great. Not only do you see the players that have had all the prestige, you also see those ones that are coming through. And you could be there to see some of their first moments in their careers as well.
Jimmy Van Schie has been a glistening example of that this year. He's got his own fan club, hasn't he? The Jimmy Van Schie Army.
$100. Bradley require 95.
Yeah, you do tend to know when Jimmy's playing here at the Super Series. It's loud.
You tend to hear them before you see him, and that's quite difficult when you consider he's about 7'12".
43. James require 51.
Here's for a 3-1 lead. Let's look at the 19 for double 16. 13 that leaves. And so one dart in his hand, a double 4. Big dart, big ball, but James knows all about it. He'll know the significance of that last dart in hand. It restricts Bradley Roes the opportunity to level up at 2-2 and have the advantage of throwing the game. Hubbard 3-1 up and Bradley throwing to save the match.
93.
Yeah, you feel that that was quite a big opportunity there for Bradley, and it's gone begging. Yeah, great reaction there from James Hubbard. Finds the maximum.
$100.
Bradley reaching boiling point. At this point in the leg, any hopes of a 9 dart to no longer spring eternal.
57.
You can't be talking about a 9 after 3. Come on now.
$52. $140.
Yeah, but this is assured stuff from James Hubbard. Doesn't want to see the match go any further.
$100. James, you require 120.
Well, this would be some way to win it, and it'd be for the second game in a row that Bradley Roes has lost with a ton-plus checkout hit against him in the final leg. But it may not be the final leg of this contest.
63.
But if Bradley's going to save it, he's going to need to pull a 156 out the locker.
Yeah, visibly unhappy, disappointed, shake of the head. But what you do with these next 2 darts is equally as important. You can put that pressure on your opponent. 61 is not a given.
100. James, you require 61.
Well, he's left himself on a single to double. But that 25 leaves double 18 for the match. And for James Hubbard's first win on the Modus Super Series stage. The former World Youth Champion has beaten another former World Youth Champion. Hubbard gets the better of Bradley Roes by 4 legs to 1. It gets his first win on the board, doing so with a 14 darter. Coming up after the break, it is Adam Paxton up against Jack Tweddell.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Amazing! Well, that's £100 down the drain already. Itching to hit the 180. He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final.
And
through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Oh, Bosh.
Pie Face is through. He gets
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. That man in your picture, Adam Paxton, looking to make it 2 wins from 2 in this Group C. But that man there, Jack Tweddell, well, what an impressive debut from him last time out, averaging 97.6, hitting 3 maximums, 4 from 11 on the doubles, including a 118 to finish the match off, and to finish off Bradley Roes 4-3. And we saw a second defeat for the young Dutchman before the break. He went down by 4 legs to 1 to the other debutant in this group, James Hubbard. This our 6th game of the afternoon session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It sees Paxton take on Tweddell, and if these two get going to the best of their ability, we could be in here for an absolute cork-a-lora.
Yeah, we've got high expectations, especially from Jack after that opening performance. And we could argue from Adam as well after his debut where he won here at the Super Series.
Jack, who is well versed in the world of TikTok.
60.
One of a number of players that play challenger matches on TikTok lives and does other types of challenges. Part of a TikTok darting community. And in one of their live streams, hit a 9-dart finish.
45.
Well, I'm hoping for more of the same here then.
$134.
Number of players getting involved in the old TikTok ting.
Did you say ting?
Well, that's what's all cool, isn't it?
Yeah, don't do that, Henry.
167.
167 for Tweddell to break the throw. He's got 6 from here to lead 1-0. No, Jared Cole has been doing a bit of TikToking, as has Connor Scott. I suppose the player that is kind of started that trend is Ashley Coleman.
100. Jack, you require 70. Game shot the first.
Yeah, very well executed there for Jack. Opens up with a 14-dart breaker throw.
Second leg, it's Jack to throw first.
Really is kind of laying down that marker to the rest of the field. Maybe on debut, but I've definitely arrived.
Well, forget about the social media mambo jambo. Jack Tweddell is a very good player in his own right.
$85.
Nice to see Adam Paxton pay tribute to Pop World in his shirt, because it really does look like, with all those lights glaring, as if it's the dance floor of a nightclub.
60.
Yeah, very. It's a very visual shirt, isn't it? But yeah, I quite like the different shirts that we get to see here now.
Jack Tweddell here is averaging in excess of 113. There's nothing that Paxton can do about this. In fact, the way he's playing, there's not much many players here at the Super Series could do about it.
75.
He is running red hot and is running riot so far here at the Live Lounge. On the cusp of a 2-0 lead, on the cusp of back-to-back 14 darters.
81. Jack, you require 60. Game shot on the second.
He may have pulled it into the
Jack
5, but tied it up nicely and actually left himself an open bed by that first mistake.
So it's Adam to throw first.
It is 2-0 to Jack Tweddell.
14 followed by 15, 103.66 the average so far.
100.
The big change for Adam Paxton this week has been the change of darts. He reverted back to the setup that won him his weekly title yesterday.
$57.
As for Jack, everything about that setup just looks crisp and pristine. The darts look fresh out the packet. The flights look in great shape. And he looks in great shape. Two players whose darts go in at a completely contrasting angle as well. Adam's lay down, whereas Jack stand up to attention, and we're standing up to attention watching him play.
Yeah, very, very self-assured. Who knows? Maybe that opening performance was just a bit of a nervy one, registering the 98 average. I should say, averaging over 111 so far in this match.
Tops. Oh, this is superb. This is darts of A-grade standard from Jack Tweddell. He gets the double breaker throw, a 12 darter off the back of the 14 and the 15. His average just a smidgen under 110. Whether he's a debutant or whether he'd be an experienced campaigner, this is a special, special performance so far. That is how good it is.
Yeah, performance-wise, absolutely not much that Adam Paxton can do against this barrage of scoring, but not just the scoring, that finishing as well. 3 from 3. And more importantly, Adam Paxton been denied a chance at the outer ring so far in this match. On 100%, all on tops for Jack Tweddell.
140.
This is a crazy performance. This is scarily good. This is almost scarcely believable from a debutant here.
I do think we need the big fish just to polish it off, to be fair.
95, Jack, you require 170.
Be for back-to-back 12s. And you may have to take the big fish out because Paxton may find it himself.
100, Adam.
He's probably going to have to take it out.
Yeah, you do feel it's imperative, but just too big an ask for Adam Paxton.
39.
Well, this has been a really special performance. A special play from a special player. And Jack Tweddell gets the better of Adam Paxton by 4 legs to 0 with an average of 107.36. He really has announced himself on the live lounge stage on the back of the 97 in his first game. He's averaged 107. He has beaten Adam Paxton by 4 legs to 0. Hamilton and Roes is after the break. My oh my, what a performance before the break from Jack Tweddell, an average of 107.36, 4 from 5 on the doubles, in deposing of Adam Paxton by 4-0. That's the final game from the second round of fixtures. So he's 2 from 2. James Hubbard got his first medal on the board against Bradley Roes in the second round. And Andy Hamilton's also 2 from 2. He beat Anthony Allen by 4-1. So into the third round of matches we go, and it sees the Hammer, who has the opportunity to move on to 6 points in this Group C table. He takes on Bradley Roes, who is yet to pick up a win, yet to pick up a point so far on the live lounge stage. And if he loses this one already, Laura, Bradley could find himself in a lot of trouble, particularly when you look at the way Jack Tweddell's playing.
Yep, I totally agree. I think it's one of those situations that kind of, to me, depends on which version of Bradley turns up, because he was exceptional in that opening defeat against Jack Tweddell, where he averaged just over a ton, was 50% on the outer ring, but just looked so deflated when he returned back to the board and lost to Hubbard. So if he can find some kind of range in between, really, I think then he can push Andy Hamilton, but has to keep those emotions in check as well, because the frustration that we've seen come out in that second match doesn't do him any favours.
Now, we do like to give you a little bit of value every now and then at the Super Series. If you are having a flutter on any of the action, it is 18 plus. It is begambleaware.org. Andy Hamilton has hit a maximum in each of his last 7 matches. And in most of those games, he's hit more than 1. And so if you are having a little bit of a flutter on this game, possibly looking at the 180 markets for Andy may well be an avenue to look down. Of course, it is 18 plus, begambleaware.org if you are going to have a bet on the Super Series either today or throughout the course of time. And if you are watching from abroad and you're gambling from abroad, please do check with your local authority as to what the gambling rules are where you reside. Well, Bradley 96. Played really well against Jack Tweddell, but it's a bit of a spluttery performance against James Hubbard last time out.
58.
Yeah, already seeing that shake of the head. Hasn't had a great deal of time in between matches to recover. He did just play a couple of games ago against James Hubbard. Sometimes if you get that little bit of time just to sort your head out in the back room, it can help the players.
$100. And he requires 78.
Hamilton looking at 78. He's got plenty of time for the 78. Which is probably why he went high on the 20 there.
58.
He's going to return for double 10.
Yeah, I was expecting maybe a little attempt at the smaller end of the 20 there for Andy Hamilton, but
140.
that time that he did have is running out.
You require 20.
Double 10 to take a 1-0 lead. Up for double 5. Doesn't go. And once again, Andy Hamilton has bossed a leg in these scoring stakes, but has presented his opponent with opportunities. Bradley's going to get 2 at top, so target Hamilton's already missed in this leg, but Bradley makes no mistake on it. It's a pinch of a leg for the young Dutchman.
Second leg, it's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, well, that double trouble you talk about, it was 7 missed in his opening win over Hubbard. It was 13 missed when he beat Anthony Allen, and he's missed 3 already in this match.
57.
He's relying on that scoring power to get across the line, to have those extra goes. We know Andy Hamilton, once he finds his range and his target, he's looked unstoppable. We've seen him throw in an 11-dart leg already today, but consistency is the key.
93.
I haven't had the chance to really speak to Andy over the last couple of days, but it'd be really intriguing to get his perception on how he feels he's playing this week, because I think there's parts
84.
of his game that he'll be really, really happy with, and some performances he'll be really proud of. But I think there'll be a lot of creases that he'll feel like he needs to iron out to take himself to the next level on this stage, where that element of consistency just needs to be found a little bit more.
Yeah, and he's already 3 days into what possibly could be a 6-day stint as well. So it's having that kind of ability to maintain the levels that you need to, but over a certain amount of days. That can take quite a lot of... It's not, obviously, it's not the most physical of games, but the mental strength, it can be quite exhausting. And especially when you are a more methodical thrower, a more methodical player, you know, you've got that extra time to concentrate and think about your action and your throw and the target and the match. It can be, as I say, quite tiring.
And Andy's throwing action is based upon concentration. Every single cog of that throw has to be perfect to throw the dart right.
Yeah, and that's not to say that obviously a faster player doesn't also concentrate equally as much, but they just don't have to do it for so long.
It's a different type of concentration, isn't it?
Yeah, and a lot of it's just kind of more feel. And as you say, Andy Hamilton been using this throw to very good effect for a good many years.
He's averaging 85 here, which has kind of been around the level he has been at all day. Average 85 in his previous match, average 89 in his first. So we kind of know the level that Andy's at, and it's a decent level. 85. It's a level that in this format will get you success, but he'll feel like there is another level in that locker which he just cannot tap out at this present moment in time. He's able to take out the 130. Bradley is sat on 138 to take a 2-0 lead. He may be forced to take it out because Hamilton's on a single to double here.
He really did use the whole of the board there to leave himself on tops, but it's Hamilton with the first chance, or should have the first chance at a double. He does, and that's 32, double 16. And this time he makes sure.
Andy Hamilton.
And you can actually see just from that reaction from Andy Hamilton there what that meant. And it wasn't just, it wasn't necessarily winning the leg, it was finishing that leg on the first dart of asking at the double.
Not giving the opponent an opportunity. And that's been part of the problem for the hammer today. Bradley just geeing himself up in the background. Really, really at one with himself at this present moment in time. Let's have a look at the two players throwing action from a side-on stance, from a side-on position. And in particular, that throw of Andy Hamilton, which has not changed over the years.
No, it really hasn't, has it? He's solid in his stance, but very robotic. And as you say, that repeat action that he has.
As for Bradley, you could say there's a lot of Raymond van Barneveld in that action. The way that he pulls it back, a relaxed throw.
Yeah, but in terms of the actual execution there for Bradley Roes, you can see the frustration that he's feeling. They are dropping low.
And it's also perhaps an issue because of the way Bradley throws the darts, that every single dart has to be thrown, and as in for being thrown properly, where if he does get a bit frustrated and the shoulder lags a little bit, that's when he's going to severely go off target.
100.
Yeah, he's just releasing it ever so slightly late and just dragging down into the lower section. But because of the way his darts lie as well, when they go low, especially in the treble 20 target, it blocks it. So then he has to switch, and then if it goes low again, he has to switch up. So yeah, I can see why 43. He's getting quite annoyed with the process so far.
Don't think Andy's too happy either at the back of the stage.
60.
I'll be honest, I wouldn't talk to these players a couple of minutes after this game's done, no matter who's won and who's lost at this present moment in time. However, Hamilton has got the first opportunity to leave it out, and he's going to leave himself on 106. Bradley needs to find a treble to leave himself on a finish, which so far in this leg has not been a guarantee.
.45.
Yeah, he tries to force a way through and skies it in the big section of the treble of the 20.
But Hamilton does have 6 at 106, so that dart into the treble one isn't disastrous. And what he is going to do is leave himself in an ideal position. He's going to leave himself on double 16 upon his return to move himself 2-1 to the good.
$134.
Yeah, found himself
32.
2 treble visit there. But is it too little, too late in this leg?
Game shot
Off the barrel and in.
Andy Hamilton.
Hamilton leads by 2 legs to 1.
Fourth leg, it's Bradley to throw first.
Bradley with the darts in leg 4. All with so far.
100.
Well, Bradley will have good memories of weeks involving Andy Hamilton here at the Super Series, because the week that he did win Series 7, Week 3, Bradley was involved in a finals night with Andy Hamilton, and he would lose in the semi-finals. Bradley would go on to beat David Cameron in the final.
$100.
Bradley here just looking to edge forward in this leg. Wants to try and tie it up at 2 apiece.
100.
What we saw from Bradley on Monday was he was looking over that scoreboard a lot, particularly
95.
in the middle of legs. He's just beginning to glance over it again. We did actually have a chat with Bradley about this, and he said that it was just something in what he called his looking area, in terms of what you can kind of see in the peripheral vision when he throws. And didn't do that so much yesterday yesterday or Tuesday, shall I say. But it's just beginning to creep in here.
81. Bradley requires 64.
He's put himself in a really strong position here in this leg. Needs 64. It's not disastrous. So tops.
Game shot
finds the tops target.
Bradley Roes.
And a level match we have at 2 apiece.
Fifth leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game. $134.
Yeah, one of those strange games, isn't it, where it feels like no one's just quite able to pull away from the other player.
46.
Well, we are at the halfway point of this match. So let's have a look at how the game has gone from a statistical viewpoint. In terms of the averages, nothing really to separate the pair. 83.5 in comparison to 82%. But one of the big differences has been here when it's come to the checkouts. Andy missing 4 darts at a double. Bradley with only a couple of chances and taking advantage of them both.
58.
Yeah, most of those misses came for Andy in that opening leg where he missed some key opportunities and Bradley just came in and swooped down.
And this is what they're doing in terms of how they're scoring. Now, if this is the first time you joined us this week, we've changed up how
58.
we assess how our players score. So as you can see, 90 plus, 130 plus, 170 plus, and 180. And so effectively, we're looking at it in terms of 1 treble turns with the 90 plus, 2 treble turns with the 130 plus, 3 treble maximum turns with the 170 plus, and then the 180, of course, its own graphic because we like the old 180s. Hamilton building himself to the cusp of a 3-2 lead. He has the ascendancy
96.
in this 5th leg, and he's left himself on a finish after 12.
Yeah, just a couple of drop darts there from Bradley Roes.
134. And he requires.
And he has a bit of time here from the 136.
Has all the time he wants.
I think we said that last time. Then he missed that handful of doubles, and then Bradley came and swept up. So time will run out on him. And the one thing Brad has done very well in this match is finish.
And he
Well,
requires.
he's left himself
36.
on 1 in case there's more misses from the hammer. Double 18 for a 3-2 lead. Now around for the double 9. Does not go, and that's been the story of Andy
Bradley
Hamilton's
require
week.
180.
And the other story of his week has been opponents taking advantage of those missed chances from the Potter thrower.
Game show.
And Bradley
the
really
fifth
does
leg.
clean up once
Bradley
again.
Roes.
And races into a 3-2 lead.
Sixth
I
leg,
imagine
it's Bradley
Andy
to
Hamilton
throw
will be
first.
scratching his head at how he
Yeah.
let that leg slip.
Well, we go back to that double stat again. Hamilton 2 from 9, Bradley 3 from 3. He's got the break, he leads 3-2, and now has the
140.
darts for the match. And that 25 turn has opened up the door for this young Dutchman to walk away with his first win of the day.
140.
He really is making the most of it. Back-to-back 140s to kick off this 6th leg.
And
you get the feeling it's going to be Andy Hamilton that's hoping that it's Bradley that makes a vital mistake at a key moment.
57.
Because he really has got a solid lead and he's the first down to a finish after 9.
Even a maximum would put Hamilton nowhere near the periphery or the rear view
85.
vision of Bradley Roes. And so
Bradley
6
required
darts, possibly
162.
more, for 164 for Bradley Roes to win this match. To pick up his first win of the day and condemn Andy Hamilton to his first defeat of the session.
97.
He's a 2 triple turn here, does the hammer, to leave himself on the fish. And by heading downstairs, it means that that possibility is no
43.
longer there.
Bradley requires 67.
And so this is for the match, and this is for Bradley Roes' first win of the day. Tots to seal it. That's the
27.
first dart he's missed at a double in this match, and that's to win it.
One of the first times that he's actually had such a clear advantage that it doesn't have that much impact on the game.
$78.
And he's still going to have 6
required
darts.
40.
Double 10. Now, does have options here, and this time that's why you glance at the scoreboard
35.
and then decides to go for the double 5 and then move inside of it.
Yeah, this is where it can get really rather messy. He knows he'll be back, but as you mentioned, had options. Perhaps should have opted for the 2 or even to actually have bust the score.
99.
Has left himself on the two-darter. And this is precarious. But this is for the match. It's double two. Madhouse.
No score.
And he may well be dragged into a last leg decider now.
Yeah, from that perfect 3 from 3. So far, Bradley's missed 6 for the match. More importantly, offered this opportunity here for Andy Hamilton. Oh, and he went for the treble. Didn't make sure of the single number.
Bradley required.
Chased it, but couldn't chase it well enough. And so Bradley Roes comes back for 5 to set a 4-2 win and to put his first points on the board.
1.
And now he has missed more darts at a double than Andy Hamilton. He's missed 8 to win this match in this leg.
Well, it's been Bradley who's taken advantage of missed opportunities from Andy Hamilton. Can Andy Hamilton do the same? He can indeed. We're back at a level game at 3 apiece.
Perhaps what this game deserved.
7th and final leg, it's Andy to
the last
throw
leg
first.
decider.
Game on.
As we tick past the 20-minute point in this match, we are none the wiser as to who the victor of it's going to be. Hamilton has the darts, but over the last couple of legs, that has hardly been academic.
100.
It really was a dominant scoring display from Bradley Roes. Couldn't get across the line. As we said, from 3 is now 3 from 11.
57.
8 darts missed by Bradley to win that match in the previous leg. And so Andy here has an opportunity to put himself to the top of the table on 6 points. Jack Tweddell, who will be in action against Anthony Allen next. But more crucially for Bradley Roes, it will leave him pointless after 3 rounds of games. And he'd guaranteed to be 6 behind Hamilton and quite possibly 6 behind Jack Tweddell. Could find himself in a lot of trouble here.
96.
Yeah, already finding himself in a bit of trouble in this leg. Needs to adjust and over-adjusts. Cannot find the treble 20.
A full-on figure. Here's Bradley Roes as Andy Hamilton looks set now to close this game out. Bradley had missed 8 at a double in the previous leg to win it. Now the Hammer's going to get his chance to cross the line.
$96. And he requires 74.
He couldn't leave himself on a finish, so Andy Hamilton back for the match.
Tops for the match. Bradley's got his towel in his hand. He's not going to throw it in.
54.
And how many times have we said Andy Hamilton now is the player with time, but that hasn't gone in either of their favour so far in this match.
Both players now have missed a dart to win this match. But Hamilton gets another 3 goes or double 10. And he takes that opportunity and he claims a third win from 3 matches. As for Bradley Roes, he had 8 darts at a double to win it 4-2. He couldn't take advantage of it. The Hammer explaining that game to Owen Binks. He crosses the line by 4 legs to 3, but Andy just having a conversation there with the referee, Owen Binks. Nonetheless, he's 3 from 3. And coming up after the break, it is Anthony Allen up against Jack Tweddell. To the middle of the session we go here at the Modus Super Series. Before the break, we saw Andy Hamilton get the better of Bradley Roes by 4 legs to 3. Both players averaging below the 80 mark. It was a bit of a cagey contest, if the truth be told. But for the Hammer, he moves himself on to 6 points in the group. As for Bradley Roes, he is yet to pick up a point to his name. He had the opportunity to be in Group B tonight. He lost that opportunity yesterday, and he's lost every single game so far on this Thursday afternoon. However, the player of the day so far, without any shadow of a doubt, is that man in your picture there, throwing his last practice darts, Jack Tweddell. Not just has he won both games, but he has won it in some style. He's actually brought his average up 10 points from his first game to his second, 97.6 in his first, 107.36 in his second. And if he brings it up another 10 points, Laura, we could well be enjoying one of the great matches here on the Live Lounge stage.
Yeah, I hope he does. That would be absolutely outstanding. But as you say, has been the standout player of this group so far. And Anthony Allen probably on the other scale at end of that, because hasn't been able to pick up a win. Just the 2 legs chalked up so far for Anthony Allen, just well off his normal pace.
96. $41.
As for Anthony, he's not really been able to get going so far today. Both his averages have been 77. He's only won a couple of legs so far. And this guy's showing no mercy whatsoever.
85. Jack, you require 140.
He's playing at a real pace and quite an enjoyable rhythm to watch.
80.
Already down to a 2-dart checkout and just 12 darts.
Well, in his previous match against Adam Paxton,
60.
he had whitewashed the
Jack,
Pac-Man in 6 minutes and 23 seconds. And he's off to another blistering start here.
40. Anthony, you require 156.
Well, it is a checkout opportunity, but not one that Anthony Allen can take. And you feel for some of the players that
60.
come up against Jack when he's playing
Jack,
at this level.
20.
There is those big checkouts that they're going to have to try and find, because no one's keeping up with the scoring power, and that's 1-0 to Jack.
I think that's only the second leg that Jack's won today,
Like it's Jack to throw first.
above the 15 dart range. That is the type of level he's playing at so far.
125. $85.
I think we can see now why the bookmakers had him as the favourites to go on and win the group. We
140.
knew beforehand that he could play, and we were looking at his numbers, and we knew that we were going to see something good. And I mean this with the greatest respect in the world to Jack, because he's a top-class player.
81.
But I don't think you expect any player on debut to come out and play to this kind of standard.
No, it's been very dominant, hasn't it, so far?
84.
We are only a few games into this group seat. However, if he can maintain this level, then yeah, absolutely. The bookmaker's got it spot on.
60. Jack, you require 152.
He's got 6 darts from here for a 2-0 lead.
128.
He's going to leave himself on double 12 after 12. It gets to a point where the standard's so good it's almost laughable.
60. Jack, you require 24. Game's on the second.
Brilliant there. Backs up
Jack
that opening
12.
breaker throw with a 13-dart leg holder throw.
The leg, it's Anthony to throw first.
29 darts for the first 2 legs. Tweddell up 2-0.
$58.
Fair to say so far, Laura, that Jack has put his pedal to the Tweddell.
Oh, I just don't know where to go with it already then. Oh, yeah. I get the inference. Absolutely. It's been very, very good.
140. $134.
have a look at this. That's his average, 105.6. Anthony Allen has just been left in the dust in this contest.
Yeah, you know that you're going to have to pull out something quite big when you're playing against Jack from what we've seen so far. Anthony Allen just hasn't had any kind of response or reply. And now you've got that frustration. We've seen that a few times from Anthony, that first dart just drifting into the 5.
66.
First slip, though, in the scoring stakes and Jack that previous turn. And that's all it's going to be.
37.
This is absolutely relentless so far. If he wins this leg, by the way, in this visit, he could be on the cusp of dusting back-to-back opponents within the space of 7 minutes.
52. Anthony require 100.
And he's got to take this 1-3-2 out.
Yeah, that first dart just not really landing anywhere near the intended target for Anthony Allen. But that most certainly is the intended target, and that is 3-0 to Jack Tweddell.
On the cusp of another 4-0 win, and he could win back-to-back games in the space of 15 minutes. He may well brush aside 2 Super Series opponents in the amount of times it takes for Jamie Oliver to cook a meal.
$41. $140.
Yeah, will this only put Jack on 6 points? It'll do the world of good if he can win 4-0 with leg difference as well. We'll see him just jump Andy Hamilton at the top of the table.
$100.
Had to face adversity in times.
60.
Or at times in his game against Bradley Roes in match 1, but ever since. Not just is he on the cusp of winning back-to-back games 4-0, but he could be on the cusp of winning back-to-back games 4-0 without his opponents having a dart at a double.
Yeah, it's looking more and more likely, isn't it?
100. Jack, you require 81.
For another 4-0 win to cap off another nigh on immaculate display.
69.
But 2 match darts have come and gone.
Yeah, but very, very similar to his previous match. Anthony Allen hit just a spectator.
100. Jack, you require 12.
Double 6. Down for double 3. And this is the stuff of debut dreams for Jack Tweddell here at the Super Series. 3 games played, 3 games won, and each and every single one of them have been in the high 90s. This one 96-97 as he brushes aside Anthony Allen by 4 legs to 0. Coming up after the break is James Hubbard up against Adam Paxton. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, and what a debut. Jack Tweddell is enjoying 3 games played, 3 wins on the board, and he's brushing aside the opposition. He beat Anthony Allen by 4-0 before the break, restricting him to without a dart at double. In fact, he hasn't faced a dart at double against him since his opening game of the day, and that was against this man in your picture here, Adam Paxton, who is looking to make it 2 wins out of 3. He was, as I mentioned, on the receiving end of that drop-in by Jack Tweddell, but he won his other game 4-1 against Anthony Allen, up against James Hubbard, who picked up his first victory last time out against Bradley Roes. A much improved performance from game 1, where he averaged just a shade under 85, 4 from 11 when it came to the doubles.
James to throw first. Game on.
Question is, what we're going to see from this pair in this match.
Imagine it's one of those matches based on the way that both have played throughout today, that they can both kind of sense that opportunity.
81.
Yeah, the table so far dominated by Jack Tweddell and Andy Hamilton. And for one of these two players,
190.
they can go just 2 points behind.
James has played on some of the biggest stages
100.
in the world. It is fledgling first stage of his career. Qualified for the World Match Play in 2012, and that is some tournament to qualify for. When you think about these days, some of the big kids that don't qualify, Dirk van Dijvenbode wasn't there this year, for example. Some of the stages, some of the things he's done, probably over time look even better now because of how difficult it is to do certain things.
Yeah, when you've had that experience and you kind of fall out of love with the sport and you can't quite perform at the level you want to.
76.
It can be difficult. So as we say, we're just hoping this could be the kind of spark that ignites the resurgence of James Hubbard.
And it could be moments like this that help him on his way.
56.
But he's unable to take out the tops, and Paxton is going to need to take out this 140 here. He's unable to do so. And he's left it awkward in terms of leaving tops, but he manages to find a way through to the right-hand corner in case Hubbard cannot take the double 10. But he's up to the task. 16 dart start. Hubbard up 1-0.
Second leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on. 100.
Now, I've seen something in Adam which I don't think I've ever seen from a player before, particularly here at the Super Series.
134.
It's his shoes. It's to do with the shoes. He's got his name on his shoes.
140.
It always comes back to the shoes at some point, doesn't it? We have seen some outlandish shoes, to be fair, over the course of the Super Series.
$84.
You could just see on the back foot there the name Adam Paxton. It's a bit like, do you remember at school and your parents used to write your name on all your PE kit and everything in case you lose it? Bit of an extreme version of that.
Perhaps.
I don't think it's because in case he loses his shoes, by the way.
57.
Got to be the first question next time you interview him, really, hasn't it?
There it is. These boots are made for walking. But what can Paxton do? He's himself on 116 after 12 in the second leg.
$49. Adam, you require 116.
And the second leg could be a bit of a walkover.
A nasty deflection. Hits the wire. Falls to the floor, but not too much damage done.
82.
Yeah, tried to find the treble 20. Needed to go back up the board, but just falls short.
2-8. And the way that first dart laid for Adam, that was a perfect guide for dart 2. Uses it well, clips off the barrel, and level we are at one apiece.
James to throw first. Game on. $39.
Decent contest this, Laura. Both legs 1 in 6 visit range. The scoring's okay.
Yeah, finishing has been relatively accurate. Both players 1 from 2, so still at 50%. I just wonder, there's just been a little slip here for James Hubbard.
28.
Yeah, a couple of consecutive visits there. 39 followed up by 28. And that's another thing when you haven't played at a competitive level, especially something like the Super Series where there are a lot of games, that level of concentration, that form, that you can just get that dip in consistency.
$58. 60.
Well, Paxton here potentially threatening the break of throw, depending on what James does with this particular visit, which it doesn't look like he can amount to much.
58.
And so Paxton here for 2-4-8 has got the opportunity to break the throw and open up a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, Hubbard yet to pin a treble in this third leg.
94. $80. Adam, you reckon 154.
So 154 and plenty of time from here for Adam Paxton to turn a 1-0 deficit into a 2-1 lead. And he's going to leave himself on double 16 to do exactly that.
$59. Adam, you require 32.
Yeah, arguably this is James Hubbard's worst leg in terms of scoring, and he's done it on throw, and Adam Paxton quite happily pins the 32 and now faces into a 2-1 lead with the advantage of throw here in the fourth.
You can understand why Paxton's so good on that side of the ball, because if a dart just goes on the outside wire, if it's quite close, because his dart's laid down, he can use that barrel just to kiss off and in.
Yeah, we've seen that in both the legs he's won. He's used it to very good effect.
Some people might call it lazy to compare it to Phil Taylor, because A, he's stacking, and B, he's using Phil Taylor's phase 5 flights. Don't say that too quickly.
Easy for you to say, Henry.
We can see how the players' darts fly in the air. James very much in an upward direction.
41.
As for Adam, they will sink low. Oh, what a perfect angle. What a perfect shot.
180.
We do say it's all about timing. That was great timing.
And this timing is to perfection here for Adam Paxton, because he's left himself on 113 here to open up a 3-1 lead. By far the best leg of this match by either player. And it may well be the best possible time to wrestle this match in his direction.
Yeah, James starting at the bottom of the board to try and leave himself on a finish.
83. Adam, you
saw the plan, it was just the execution.
20 for tops. And again, a great illustration as to how Adam's darts sit in the board. James looking to tiptoe on Paxton's shoulders, leaves himself on 1-2-3. But just like the other side of the board, and double 16.
Game shot on the
That first dart on the outside works well for Adam Paxton to work inwards, and he works his way into a 3-1 lead.
To throw first. Game on. $97.
Yeah, just those last couple of legs, Adam Paxton really has kind of exploited and lifted the average.
45.
Adam now just shy of 87, over 10 points more than James Hubbard. And after the first couple of legs, it was very, very even in terms of their stats, but now
86.
Paxton's just raised that level.
Going through the gears. And going through the gears quite well.
83.
He'll still think in the back of his mind there's still levels for him to go. But if he can pick up 6 or 8 points today, despite not being at his absolute best, I think it says a lot about
42.
The quality this guy has.
$100.
Yeah, there's still, I feel, a bit of movement. If Adam Paxton, as you say, can just find the level that we saw when he did win here at the Super Series, then he could threaten the lead of the likes of Jack Tweddell and Andy Hamilton. And obviously still got Andy Hamilton to face later on this afternoon.
However, Hubbard, 6 darts on 176 to keep a hold of his throw in this leg and to force Paxton to win it on throw in the 6th.
60.
But only a 60. And if Paxton has a decent turn here, this leg could flip-flop.
57. James, you require 116.
Yeah, matching scores, but it's Hubbard that gets the first chance here at 116. We'll need to find a treble. I think he's just implying they're not happy of how it flew through the air. But he finds a route. Double 18 now the target.
80. Adam, you require 116.
Well, Hubbard missing a dart at double 18 on the back of 116 to save the match. Paxton is going to get one to win the game 60. Here and now.
James, you
and so Hubbard 36. Will return for that target to extend this game furthermore. To keep himself in the contest. 1 dart at double 9.
Yeah, big dart come and gone, and now a real match-winning chance here for Adam Paxton.
Double 18, and it's a win for Adam Paxton. He gets the better of James Hubbard by 4 legs to 1. Going through the gears in the middle portion of that match, an average of 85 in the end. Paxton with his 2nd win of the day. He beats James Hubbard by 4 legs to 1. Coming up after the break, Bradley Roes up against Anthony Allen.
Please welcome to the stage, Angry Ginge and John Henderson.
And this is where... Hang on, wow. Bounce out there for Nyland, but you do not expect him to get another visit in this match. John Henderson, double 10. And he pins it to take the opening. Devon coming up first for double 10. He's the one that left it, and he's the one that hits it for the opening leg. Well, they talked a good game, didn't they, beforehand? They've not quite delivered it as of yet. You still make Devon Peterson. This is a big favourite from this moment. Oh, hello! It's the big favourites.
Goes 2-0. But it doesn't.
The most successful player at the Super Series is the man who turns it around.
He's got it 1-0. Away days and Bradley Brooks.
Brooks.
May see a double-double. Does go double 19. Wants another double 19. Great shot. What a very, very good.
The Bradley Brooks show.
No 180, unfortunately. He did go for this one.
But this could go. This is a match opportunity.
And both their darts stand up to. Will they block it? They will not. John Henderson to take himself. I think he was going for a 7 there, but it doesn't matter because he's going to hit it anyway. 47 kills.
Still an opportunity to showcase what he can do. And that's what Steve West can do. A double-double to get the job done. When you get those nerves, you just hang on to the dart a bit too long.
Steve West finds Cox for a breaker throw. With a 20. Cox the match. Darts for fun and Steve West.
Steve West and darts for fun!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we are 3 rounds down on this Thursday afternoon. This is what we've seen. Adam Paxton got the better of James Hubbard by 4 legs to 1 before the break. But it is Jack Tweddell and Andy Hamilton who are so far so good. They have won each of their opening 3 matches and are the top 2 as far as the league table is concerned. So Tweddell and Hamilton lead the way, 6 points apiece. Adam Paxton, the closest challenge on 4. James Hubbard has picked up a win himself, whereas Bradley Roes and Anthony Allen are yet to have picked up any spoils so far on this Thursday afternoon. But that has to change here because this pair go toe-to-toe in our first game from the 4th cycle of matches on this Thursday afternoon. And I think it's fair to say that the loser of this game isn't eliminated, but will feel like their chances may well be as close to the dustbin as possible.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I think, especially when we only have the 2 going through from Group C, if you find yourself lagging behind on no wins at all, no points, it becomes a very difficult task. For me, this is quite an interesting setup, an interesting dynamic based on what we've seen them play today. We saw that absolute belter of a first match between Jack Tweddell and Bradley Roes. And Bradley was just pipped at the post, had the 100 average, had the 50% checkout rate, just missed out 4-3. But since then, has just allowed that frustration that we see from him from time to time creep into the game. But if he can get anywhere near that level again, I think he's going to be too much for Anthony Allen, who just hasn't really settled on the stage. Just hasn't played to the levels that we know he can so far. But a win for either of those, that could spark something.
We speak about players that sometimes need a game to get into the day. It almost feels like with Bradley Roes, it's the exact opposite, where sometimes his first game paints the pattern for the day ahead.
45.
Yeah, you can do that. And dart players, they're a funny breed at times. And I do tend to find that, you know, when they start winning or start losing, it's that catalyst for the rest of the day. It's not necessarily even the performance. If you get over the line, even if you scrape over, you just know you've got away with one, but you can build on it. If you've not played to your best and
55,
you still, you know, and you're not picking up any points, yeah, it can just be like, well, my luck's out. It's not my day. There are a lot of superstitions in darts.
55.
Well, Bradley's got the better of this opening leg
134.
so far. Allen again with another 134, and once again leaving himself on 171. So Bradley with the luxury of time.
60.
But he may well see this leg seesaw in the direction of his opponent.
$91. Bradley require
kind of had to go back up trying to find a way past that first dart. Couldn't find it, but down to a 2-dart checker, Anthony Allen, and we'll be back to the board.
69. Anthony require 80.
80 for Allen, double 10 for Allen.
70.
Inside it goes, and so Bradley will return for
requires
76 to take out the
76.
opening leg of this contest. Tops it is. And
Gage
tops
on
it
the
Scott.
first leg.
And Roes
Bradley
finds
Roes.
himself 1-0 in front.
Second leg, it's Anthony to throw first.
Almost a mirror of that game that Bradley Roes played against Andy Hamilton. First 3 legs, Bradley Roes, when he was left an opportunity, and he had to,
45.
and it was left an opportunity because of Hamilton missing so many darts at the outer ring. He took the advantage, including that 118 checkout, just on the same here against Anthony Allen. But when he did
60.
have a very firm grasp of the game, of the match, missed a handful, or 2 handfuls of darts at the outer ring.
60.
Bradley wearing his shirt that pays homage to his hometown from The Hague in the
78.
Netherlands. The green and yellow, which is the colours of the coat of arms, also the
134.
home colours of the local football team. As you can see there, that's a stork. There's a story about that, which dates back to the 15th century, which we
96.
delved into this week. And at the bottom of his shirt, you can see the skyline as well of The Hague.
96.
Anthony Allen not with the skyline of Coventry on his shirt. Although the most famous thing that's ever happened in Coventry was back in the
43.
old days when Lady Godiva ran through that city naked. True story. True story.
I feel like I'm in a history
58.
lesson, Henry. Bit of history, bit of geography, get everything here at the Super Series.
And a bit of darts thrown in. Anyway, Anthony Allen looking at 108 to level this contest up at 1 apiece.
71. Anthony Rick 108.
Averaging 10 points higher than Bradley so far. He's going to get a chance to level up, but he cannot take out the
90.
double
Bradley
16.
require 153.
And so Bradley will return for the 153 to double his lead.
Yeah, if that had gone, that would have hurt, I'm
99.
sure. Anthony Allen
require
here
18.
to make it 1 apiece. Yeah, wants to switch. 88, 44. Chasing it around the board, but
Gage
does
on the
find it.
second leg.
And a bit of a
Anthony
sarcastic yeah and thumbs up from Anthony Allen.
Third leg, it's
Even if
Bradley
his
to
head's
throw
down,
first.
his thumbs are up.
Gage.
1-1. And even Bradley Roes can allow a little bit of a smile just to relieve of the tension.
134.
Sometimes that can actually help as well if you have that kind of smile and laugh midway through a
83.
match. Because the way these guys are playing, it's really quite intense. They're obviously both struggling today, and they just want to get those first 2 magical points on the board.
Sometimes
100.
you've just got to smile through the pain.
Yeah, as John O'Shea might say, who we will see in action later on tonight. Why so serious?
140. $97.
Roes has left himself on the fish to put himself 2-1 in front in this match.
100. Bradley require
And he's
107.
got 6 darts from here to do exactly that. And he's going to need the 6. Bradley says, good dart. Not.
45. $63. Bradley require 120.
Yeah, I think a better option. He's been better down on the 19s, Anthony Allen. May have been more wise to have stayed at the same target.
47. Anthony require 100.
So Alan, look at it, 1-1-5 for a 2-1 lead. It would be for the break of throw, and this would probably categorise the catastrophic nature of Bradley Roes' day so far, but he's going to get a go at
Bradley requires
78 to put himself halfway towards victory in this particular contest. 20 for tops. Tops it is. But tops it's not got.
Anthony requires
It's got
38.
Anthony Allen split on 18. Got the option here once again, and does opt to split.
24. Bradley, you
My
require
run ain't complete. That
40.
was a target that he hit when he was going for 32 earlier on in the match.
And so Roes looking at tops. Now double 10.
20.
Not to be. And so Anthony Allen will
Anthony, you
return for
require
double 7. He's going to
40.
get another opportunity to get the break of throw to put himself 2-1 to the good. And decides to split.
Game shot on the third
Gets the
leg.
double 4. He gets the
Anthony
break. He
Allen.
leads 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Anthony to throw first. Game on. $121.
There's not a huge amount separating these pairs. They've both missed a handful of darts
60.
at double. Checkout percentages, you've got Bradley around 20% with Anthony Allen on 22%. Few points difference in the averages and not much to
81.
split them in terms of the scoring.
$26. $100.
Well, Bradley a long way away in this leg. Anthony has got all the time one could want to put himself 3-1 to the
96.
good. 6, possibly, probably 9 for 199 to see himself in a leg of this match. His
60.
first win, and perhaps more pertinently for Bradley, it'd be his fourth defeat from 4.
Yeah, it feels like there's a lot riding on this. Both these
134.
players
Anthony require
positioned
139.
at the base of the table.
$43.
Yeah, and you can understand the exasperation. A big score from here, and it really could flip this leg around once again.
96. Anthony require 96.
Well, Allen's looking at 96 to put himself 3-1 up. Persevered with the treble. There was the option of the double-double there,
56.
particularly because the first dart
Bradley
went below and there
require
wasn't
89.
much of the treble to aim at.
But I think when you're not competing as well as you want to, a double-double, you have that option of looking sometimes really rather silly if it goes miles away from the target.
84. Anthony require 40.
Yeah, another chance there for Bradley Roes. Comes and goes.
Double 10. Puts Anthony Allen 3-1 up if he gets, but is unable to locate. And
Bradley
so
require
Bradley Roes is back
5.
for 5 to square this contest up at 2 apiece all of a sudden.
We saw him struggle with this number against Andy Hamilton.
Game
No
shot
messing
on the
around
fourth
there,
leg.
and we're back at a
Bradley
level game at
Roes.
2-all.
Yes, Bradley, it went in. I know, man.
Fifth leg, it's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
Well, it's being played in good spirit, even if at times neither player have been able to play to their best.
100. $58.
Big couple of legs for these two, particularly for Bradley. He started here on Monday, came close to Group B, but wasn't able to get over the line.
60.
He's at a stage where he'll feel like this is a disappointment if he doesn't qualify for a Saturday.
Yeah, I agree. 100%. We know that he's got the calibre and the character to be able to do it. But
85.
just things haven't quite gone his way. It all, to me, hinged on that very first match. Standard was brilliant. If he could have pushed that forward and kind of got over the loss, then perhaps this would be a completely different outcome.
84.
But say for him, it just feels like a slight downward spiral based on what we've seen from him perform this week.
60. $58.
Well, 2-2.
59.
His leg up in the offing, but now very much in the hands of Bradley Roes. He's got 6 here from 199 to put himself 3-2 to the good and to put him 2 within a leg of this match. A leg of his first win of the day. And suddenly it's Anthony Allen who finds himself in a desperate predicament.
60. Bradley, you require 100.
Yeah, it's a game that neither have really taken and dominated. Flip-flop between the pair, but as you say, the initiative right now is with Bradley Roes.
I know Anthony's not on a finish, but I think the way Bradley's playing, I just don't think it's the right play. I know and I understand
52.
that he's trying to get something going, but at the same time, he's left himself on 48, and if Anthony has a decent turn here, he could suddenly find himself in trouble
59.
and have his throw broken
Bradley
again.
require 48.
I get flashy, but there's a time and a place for it, and in my humble opinion, that wasn't the time or the place. 88. Does not go. And look, Anthony could pinch the leg here.
120.
Needs to find a way past that first start.
95.
I don't think he was
Bradley
trying to do that out of...
60.
Yeah, I don't think that was out of wanting to go ball.
No
And he
score.
will come back, Anthony Allen. I think that was because that
Anthony
first start, the way it
requires
lies, it
25.
completely blocked the target. But that would have been good.
Yeah, we've seen that before from players in the past where if the first start goes low, you've got a
No
block bet.
score.
That's a bit different. And both players here
Bradley
have missed
requires 60.
numerous opportunities. They both bust in this leg.
Yeah, the double ball route, one that sticks in my
Games on the
mind, has
fifth
got to be
leg.
Jared's
Bradley Roes.
for the 160.
Sigberg, it's Anthony to throw first.
Never lets anybody hear the end of that either, does he?
I don't think I would, really, if I'd done it.
They only had 3 of them yesterday from Andy Hamilton.
41. $134.
Yeah, good use of the 19s there from Bradley Roes.
140. $57.
It's one of those games that the winner will just be happy with the points and would just maybe want to
100.
almost forget that this game even existed.
Yeah, 100%.
$59.
Yeah, ultimately, in darts, everyone, the people playing the sport, they're human at the end of the day. So,
100.
performances can fluctuate. But the goal is the win. And that's the goal for both of these two.
The W is what matters more than anything else.
100. Anthony, 120.
120 to take us all the way. Not to be. And so Bradley is going to get a go here.
45.
At the 1-5-1 to win this match.
Require 151. 37. Anthony requires 75.
This to send us all the way again. And it would mean that out of the 4 games Bradley Roes has played today, 3 of them would have gone to a last leg decider. But he could change that here. He could win 4-2, could get his first win of the day if he takes out this 114.
Yeah, Trouble 15 would have left tops as the target. As it happens, 46. That is the target for Anthony Allen to level this up at 3 apiece.
40.
Double 10, and Bradley is staring in the background, but he's not going to get a go at the 68. And we go all the way to a last leg decider.
7th and final leg is Bradley to throw first.
Not sure.
Game on.
They were quite as coordinated as they needed to be. There was a high five from one and a fist bump from the other, but we get the gist. It's 3 apiece.
85.
Gone are the days of the cordial handshake.
Yeah, I have an actual routine that I like to do just to save any confusion. I stick to it. Start of the match, handshake, definitely. And then bull up. And then after that, fist bump. Anything else? No, not doing it.
57.
See, lucky I don't ever have to worry about drama in the last leg because I'll never ever get there.
Yeah, that's a fair comment.
But for this pair, it's to see who gets their first points on the board in this Group C. The only players yet to pick up a win so far today. To think that yesterday Bradley was within a game, within a win of being in Group B tonight.
100.
And he could be on the cusp here of 4 defeats on 4 and staring dangerously close towards the exit door.
We say when you come out of Group A, it is all about the big reset. And as I've mentioned already in the match, he did come out and play well, but just hasn't been able to bounce back well enough and finds himself, as you say, staring
45.
Being pointless on the table.
Is this the moment the game finally swings in the direction of Bradley Roes?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the stats, and that's actually the first 140 that Bradley's been able to pin in this match.
140. Bradley, you require 100.
For the match and for a 4-3 win, tots for Bradley to win with a ton topper. To win it with a bit of style and a bit of class. At times it was a bit of a scrappy encounter, but Bradley Roes crosses the finishing line by 4 legs to 3 to get his first win on the board to keep him in contention at least. For Anthony Allen, it is a long way back from here. Yes, it's a W, Bradley. I don't think he's overly enamoured, but he'll take the points nonetheless. Coming up after the break, it is Adam Paxton against Andy Hamilton.
Start from the young man. Right. World Youth Champion. Oh, what a response that is from his father. Back-to-back 140s. Deciding leg of 7. My goodness, back-to-back 180s. Well, we've seen 2 9s in last year's Modus League. Seen a couple of 10s. Haven't seen a 9 yet in the Online Darts Live League. Double 19. Double 12 for the 9. And he gets the 9. What a way to win.
B. Contains the
3 progress to Saturday's final.
60.
Of course, that emphasis is on qualifying for Saturday night's final, because the runner-up, and the winner of the 3rd and 4th place playoff will get their crack at Champions League.
180.
Trying to get their hands at £7,000 first prize.
45.
Some of you on the forums are here.
180.
Oh, welcome back, Martin. Where have you been? Where did you go?
100. Martin, you require 141.
Double 12.
Game
Absolutely outstanding
Martin
from
Adams.
Martin Adams as he hits a 9-darter.
Welcome back to the stunning live lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series. And before the break, Roes got his first points on the board. A ton checkout to get the better of Anthony Allen by 4-3, who has sat about a point to his name so far. Next up is the 4th renewal of the rivalry between Adam Paxton and Andy Hamilton this week at the live lounge in Portsmouth. 3 games played between this pair over the past 3 days, and Andy Hamilton has won each and every single one of their meetings, winning 4-0 yesterday, and then a couple of 4-2 victories on Monday and Tuesday respectively. He has had the number of the Pac-Man over the last couple of days, but for Adam, you sense this is a big game for him, because if he can win this, he'll move on to 6. He'll keep Hamilton on 6. He'll keep things interesting. However, he loses it, and the way Jack Tweddell's playing, he takes on James Hubbard in the match after this. He could well find himself 4 points adrift already.
Yeah, it's one of those games, isn't it, that you feel that could be a big swing in either player's favour.
I think Andy will feel like he may have got away with one in his previous match against Bradley Roes, missing 10 darts and a double, getting over the line in a last leg decider 4-3. Bradley missed 8 darts and a double to win that particular match.
57.
I think it kind of goes back to what you were saying previously. If you can actually find those kind of wins and still not be playing at your best level, you're just trying to wait for that kind of consistency to kick in.
But it almost boils down to as simple as you can't play at your best all the time, and so you need to have a level where if you're not playing your A-grade stuff, that can possibly occasionally get you out of jail.
140.
Yeah, it's always good to have a pretty high B game in your locker.
I know we've been mentioning the name Chris Mason
60.
quite a lot today in reference to things, but he mentions a lot when he's sat here in this commentary box that the difference maybe between players at the top end of the sport and players that are playing here is the A game isn't too dissimilar, but the big problem is the B game doesn't stack up when things don't go right. I think there's a lot of examples of that on tour at the minute, of players that have been successful here in the past but haven't quite got the results on tour. But the result here for Adam Paxton is double 11 for 1-2-4 checkout. That's more like it. Pac-Man packing a punch. His first ton plus checkout of the day, and that may well be a hammer blow to Hamilton.
Yeah, I feel, especially in that last game that we saw Adam Paxton come out against James Hubbard, I just felt that he's kind of grown into the session. Obviously, would have suffered the disappointment of not actually playing at the standard that we've seen him play here before in Group 8. You just have to hit that reset button. Managed to find the opening win, and did look like he was in a bit of trouble for a while against James Hubbard, but just managed to up the average, up the ante, and pull ahead.
93.
85. $140.
The way that Andy Hamilton's been hitting 180s, I thought that was a given. But I think he's settled for the 140 down to a finish in
9.93. Andy, you require 128.
Hamilton looking at 128 to level this game up at one apiece. He's got plenty of time to do so. Doesn't have to attack the trouble for the bullseye if he doesn't want to. You don't have to, Andy. And he's not going to.
82.
Yeah, I think he was in two minds as to whether to go for it or not.
56. Andy, you require 46.
For a level match for one apiece.
Game shot on the second.
Yeah, very well executed
Andy
there.
Hamilton.
I think for some players that,
So
you know, when you've got a score like 46 left, you do tend to go for the 10 or the 6 because that is just a bigger target. But Anthony confident. Opts for 14 for double 16.
100. $62.
Yeah, so Andy's last match against Bradley Roes, it was a real tussle, a real battle, and you've got a match here that probably feels like it's got a similar flavour.
125.
We do see this from Andy every single day here. He puts in one really high performance. And this may well be the high performance of the day. And it may well be at the most pivotal point of the day as well. Because if he wins this, he gives himself a bit of wiggle room. And then he hopes that Jack Tweddell's going to be his friend against James Hubbard. And them two, ahead of their meeting in the final match of the day, would then be playing to see who completes the card and who could be sat happy as the king of the leaderboard at the end of day one.
80.
Take the clubhouse lead going into the final round.
$56.
Well, Andy so far this week really has had the measure of Adam Paxton, but it's Adam that's got the chance here to go into a 2-1 lead, down to 120 after just 12.
$59. Adam, you
Able
require
to make
120.
significant inroads. Leaves himself on a finish, but really nothing more than that. And Paxton veering wide on the 5 means that the shot's off now. And so Hamilton, look at the 160 here. To put himself 2-1 up and get the break of throw.
Andy, you require 160.
We do know Andy does like a big checkout.
He's already taken out the fish this week. But he's not going to take out the 160. Paxton can breathe a sigh of relief.
Adam,
But he's going to have to take out this double 60. He's been good around this area of the board today. And he's good again. 2-1 Paxton leads. Double 16 with dart 16. And 2 for 2 on the outer ring.
First. Game on. $31.
Interesting, just having a look at the way Adam's approaching things. He's just beginning just to set his own pace, his own stride. He's not getting rushed into proceedings. He's just going to do things at his own pace.
Yeah, and I think when you're playing a player like Andy Hamilton who has that methodical approach, then that is something you can really kind of hone in on. Sometimes when you play that speed, so that faster player, you get really wrapped up in their rhythm.
96.
I mean, I've played in some matches and I'm literally like walking back from the oche as I have to approach it again. And you, like I say, it's very natural to want to go straight up there.
180.
As we see Adam Paxton pin the first 180 of the match.
Well, Hamilton left in the dark in this leg.
60. $97.
And you may well see the lights go out on him if he loses this leg, because Paxton will get the break. And his eyes might light up.
$57. Adam, you require 164.
6 starts on 164 for Paxton.
Yeah, and he's going to need them because that
30.
could be a disastrous visit. If Andy Hamilton here can find a 1-2 treble visit, he'll put all the pressure back on the 134 for Paxton. A good adjustment there from Andy Hamilton, and does find 2 trebles, so right back
Adam,
in this leg.
134.
134 for Paxton to lead by 3 legs to 1. He's already taken out the 124, but he ain't going to go 10 better. And Andy, remember, hit 2 straight bullseyes for the perfect hat-trick yesterday. He's not going to get a pop here. And so Paxton will return for double top to make it 3-1.
Adam, you require 40.
Yeah, frustration there for Hamilton. Would have thought would have at least pinned that 25. Could be back. Yeah, and that was a wild attempt there from Adam Paxton for double 5.
And you require 88.
Well, suddenly this could be a leg in the favour of Hamilton, a leg that perhaps he had no right in winning at points. But he's going to get 2 in his hand at double 14. Now down for double 7. And he converts. We have a level game. It's 2-2.
And how many times have we seen that in matches that have involved Andy Hamilton, where either he's had the lead and given it away and allowed the opponent to step in, or vice versa? Another example there. It's never really over until you pin that double.
Well, that's incredibly nice of Mr. Hamilton to come up and toast us in the commentary box.
$101. $83. $134.
Yeah, good switch there from Andy Hamilton.
$135.
Well, Paxton here has left himself a 1-4-3 to open up a 3-2 lead. Already taken out the 1-2-4 in this contest.
And you record 143.
There's the first. Can't find the second. And Andy Hamilton,
190.
as we've alluded to, has found the big fish already once this week.
Nothing sweeter than a repeater. Can Hamilton find the fish? To be on this occasion, and Paxton's going to come back. He's left double 12 after 12 here to put himself 3-2 up.
You require 24.
That's awkward. Look at that.
You don't always get the full impact of the actual angles that the darts are landing in, but as you can see, that's been made very difficult for Adam Paxton.
Game shot.
Yeah, and that's an immaculate shot. Finds the route through.
And so Paxton moves 3-2 to the good in this game. Hamilton throwing to save the contest.
And I quite like that little smile that you saw there from Adam Paxton when he went back to the table. He knew that was a good shot.
He's got that bit between his teeth as the hammer.
123. $41.
Yeah, he really does. Full focus here from the hammer.
40. $100.
Time for Paxton. But Hamilton looking to send us all the way to a last leg decider.
$134. $100.
Yeah, they were thrown at a rapid pace.
104.
Hamilton hit 104 to level us up at 3 apiece.
To take us all the way to a last leg decider. Double 16.
72.
Would have been to have hit Paxton with a ton top of his own. But this game has continued to get better. Both players averaging in excess of 90. Hamilton
32.
for potential 13 darts if he pins first time, and Paxton not on a finish. And so 6 from here to take us to leg 7.
Can he find a route over the top? Yes, he can.
On the 6th flag.
Yeah, and there we are. We are now at sudden death, 3 apiece.
7th and final leg. It's Adam to throw.
Level match.
Game on.
We go the distance.
60.
And Hamilton just really using all the tools that he can possibly muster.
140.
He knows what it's like to make it to Saturday. He's 6 from 9 at his record here. Runner-up has been his best. How he'd like to get his hands on that trophy, but there is a big job in front of him beforehand, and a win here would go a long way towards securing a place in Saturday's final.
Well, effectively, this is a leg for Adam Paxton, which separates whether he's going to be level on points with second spot or whether he could well be 4 points adrift of second spot.
139.
Yeah, it does feel, even at this relatively early stage, we've got a whole day's play left tomorrow, it does feel quite important.
84.
Well, it means that he has to win his last game against Bradley Roes. Simple as that.
And if this continues in this vein, and it is Hamilton that manages to find a win,
94.
I think Adam Paxton will be left thinking, what does he have to do to beat the hammer?
Well, this would be 4 wins from 4. The only saving grace Adam does have is the fact that Hamilton and Tweddell do go toe-to-toe in the last match. So if he does win his last game, the worst case scenario will be he'll be a couple of points off if he loses this contest, which it looks very likely now. Hamilton not taking out the 128 on this occasion. Not that there was a necessity to take it out on this occasion.
42.
He returns for 86 to win this game and last leg decider. He is really geeing himself up.
I think he's played this long enough. He knows how just 1 or 2 results, if they don't go your way, you can really just change the course of your campaign.
86.
To complete a 4-3 win. Double 16, 2 in his hand. Paxton sat on 112. He shakes his head in the background. He may well be forced to shake the hand of Andy Hamilton if he can find this double 16. Oh, it's clipped off the barrel on the other side.
Adam, you require 112.
This to pinch it for Pac-Man. 92 left. One dart at double 16.
80.
Both players have missed a match dart at that double.
And you require 32.
Yeah, Hamilton just taking his time. Knows the importance of this.
It's double 16 for the match. It's double 16 for the win. And Andy Hamilton will move on to 8 points in the Group C table. He holds the ascendancy, he holds the cards, and he's a game away from completing the card. And look what it means to the Hammer. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch Jack Tweddell and James Hubbard in action.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
And he was right. Van Velzen's had opportunity, but it's Steve West that takes his opportunity. Does he get one this time? The jury's out. Is the double in? Listen to that! And Jimmy Van Ski is still alive! He's made it! And Marvin Van Velzen! Jimmy Van Ski probably felt he's already been out already tonight. Surely not again. Oh, Jimmy! It's a wry smile. What a finish! What a man! What a response! Of the 5-time weekly champion. It's Jimmy Van Ski who makes the final. Are we, Jimmy? You bet we are. One leg to see who the champ is. Yes, he can. Marvin is the man.
Marvin Van Velzen!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series here from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. That man in your picture there, Jack Tweddell, has enjoyed a superb debut day. He's won each of his first 3 matches and he has averaged in excess of 95 in each and every single one of those games, including a 107.36 average and a 4-0 demolition of Adam Paxton. In fact, he hasn't had a dart against him at a double in his last 2 games, and he takes on James Hubbard here, who has picked up a win against Bradley Roes. But either side of it, performances where you feel like he could improve upon, but it's a different story when it comes to James. Back into the big time, as you will, for the first time in a number of years. This man enjoying it again. And talking about enjoying things, this man in your picture has enjoyed every single moment here on the Live Lounge stage.
Yeah, very much living up to the billing that we thought he could provide, just based on the stats and the figures that we've seen coming out of the ADC system. But he's playing above and beyond
97.
that. Seasonal average is around the 87 mark for Jack Tweddell, but as you mentioned, nothing below a 95. And I'll be honest, I've got high expectations now, Henry.
Yeah, that's the problem. Once you start doing good things, we expect you to do good things all the time. I mean, 87 as an average in itself for an elongated period is very, very good.
Yeah, I agree. Absolutely. And when you look at
54,
if you can maintain that average for a period over our group stages as well, sometimes that can be enough to see you through to finals.
An improving player as well. Tour level's probably about 92 in terms of a 12-month average, kind of 5 points below that. But 5 points is a margin that you can make up the more you improve as a player as well.
57.
Yeah, definitely. So whilst most of the things that we know about Jack are coming from the ADC series, looking back on his history as well, did dabble in the PDC Development Tour back in 2018.
43.
Played the likes of Dimitri Vandenberg and his brother Vianney. Actually played Tommy Lishman as well on the Development Tour. But
150.
And was actually part of the lineup, made the quarterfinals in the 2015 PDC World Youth, which I know we've waxed lyrical about the exploits of James Hubbard there back in 2012.
60. Jack, you require 40.
Top to 1-0. And that would have been for 10 legs on the spin as well for Jack Tweddell. In fact, it'd be 11 because Bradley led that game 3-2, didn't he?
60. Jack, you require 10. Game shot on the first leg.
He still hasn't had a dart faced against him at a double since the end of his first game. It's incredible.
Game.
He's playing darts how we try and explain how darts should be done. Obviously playing at that standard, but just denying your opponent any chance, any opportunity.
121.
And it's going to see you through, and it's definitely working for Jack Tweddell.
Trying to beat him from Swindon, you'd suspect if he does qualify, which he's got a very good chance now, there'll be a fair few from the southwest that would love to see him in action on Saturday. And you can join us on a Saturday. Have a look at that QR code. It sends you to a website called www.dartshot.tv, where tickets are available for every single Saturday night here at the Live Lounge. And on top of that, there's also a couple of special Saturdays where you can enjoy double tungsten bubble on Saturday the 9th and Saturday the 16th of November. The Women's Championship Tour and the Men's Championship Tour finals take place in the afternoon session before the Regulation Super Series finals nights take place on the Saturday evening. On top of that, there's plenty of exhibitions as well run by Modus Sports
100. James, you require
Management, so do have a look at that. I better have a look at the 147.
Brings up the age-old question.
95.
Which one's harder? Don't shoot me.
I think this week the answer to that question has been solved. 3 in Euro Tour 9 darters, 9 darters everywhere on the Pro Tour. And Tweddell's been left snookered. He's had darts faced against him now. He's had a leg against him now. 1-1.
The leg is Jack to throw first. Game on.
Matter of fact, there's an event in Whitby tomorrow night. And then, of course, next week, the Seniors World Match Play at the wonderful Barbican Theatre in York. It really is a great venue for darts on the 4th and the 5th of October. Tickets are still available for that.
91.
Great news as well over the last couple of days in regards to a new main sponsor for the seniors and a new broadcasting deal as well.
100.
Which is in place until 2026. Which means for players coming off the tour, particularly over the age of 50, there is so much now to play for.
96.
I think darts now kind of supports any age. Any age, there is something out there from the academies and the JDC. When you're kind of a new player, a young player to the scene, you've got the PDC looking after the women's series at WDF. And as you say, now we've also got the seniors as well for those players who have reached the tender age of 50 or above.
140. Jack, you reckon 170.
Well, Tweddell's got 6 on the fish. But I reckon the way that he is, I reckon he'd like to have taken it out and put it on his TikTok
99.
show reel.
Yeah, absolutely. Still went for the ball right at the end with left tops, but has to come back at 71.
60. Jack, you require 71.
For 2-1, then to make that last leg just a glitch in the matrix.
39. James, you require 140.
5 darts and a double, of course. 3 legs in this game.
Treble 18 the target. Yeah, it's frustrating. 76 left. Going to try and find a route through.
58. Jack, you require 32.
And so double 16 for Tweddell
Game
to
shot
lead
further.
2-1.
Jack Tweddell.
It's not quite been his rip-roaring best so far, but it's been good enough up to press.
Flag, it's James to throw first.
Tweddell
Game
2, Hubbard 1.
Because it's kind of how he's burst onto the Modus Super
100.
Series stage today. I guess, as we've said, the expectation is right up there. But yeah, in terms of average, just averaging around the 80.
140.
The 140 just whacked that up to an 87.5. So still playing around that kind of seasonal average.
Bursting onto the scene, Alan Micah Richards.
58. 75.
James's solitary appearance at the World Championship is definitely an appearance not to forget. Played Richie Burnett in the first round. Lost by 3 sets to 2. Never a dull time when Richie Burnett is around, is it?
Never. Not at all.
180.
He might be the Prince of Wales, but he's definitely sometimes the king of entertainment.
Jack, you reckon 106.
This for a 3-1 lead and the break of throw, 86 left. Triple 18 leads double 16. And that would have been for a 12 dart leg as well.
James, you require 103.
84 remaining. 24 now the target. For 2 apiece.
Game
yeah, an
shot
exceptional check out
fourth
there
leg.
for James Hubbard.
James
Levels us back up at 2-all.
I tell you
Jack to
who
throw first.
will like
Game
but
on.
not like this at the same time. It's Adam Paxton, because he had the opportunity to be on to 6 points, and if
100.
James wins this game, then he'd be on 4 and everybody else would have been on 6, and it would have been all so close. I mean, Paxton will be happy enough because it keeps Tweddell in play, and then effectively he has to hope that Hamilton goes through the
58.
card. But also puts James Hubbard back into play. His second would put him on to 4 points and just a couple behind Jack. And James's
57.
last game in this session is against Anthony Allen, who, if the truth be told, is struggling down the bottom end of the table. A win to his name and struggling to really up those performance levels as well.
134. 140.
I definitely think James Hubbard is obviously sat in that back room, knows what he's up against here with Jack Tweddell and how he's played so far. And really has upped his own game.
140. $99. Jack, you require
Well,
7.
this 70 for Tweddell to put himself 3-2 up. He's got 2 in his hand at tops. This is all a 15 dart if he pins it with this
Game
dart.
shot on the 5th leg. Jack
And Tweddell goes 3-2 up and suddenly arrests the situation.
6th leg, it's James to throw first. Game on.
And this is where, as a player, you kind of think, right, just hold your throw, make it 3 apiece, and kind of see what happens when you're tying. But as I say, James hasn't had much recent tournament practice. So it's how you hold it all together, especially when you're facing the barrage of scoring that Jack's now finding.
To paraphrase Michael Van Gerwen, you can't practice when things get a bit twitchy. May not be squeaky bum time in this match. Because Tweddell is 6 darts away, potentially. It's going to be 6 darts away.
140.
Hubbard keeps close order, but the game is in this man's hands.
93.
Yeah, great last find there for Jack Tweddell. James Hubbard can only watch on back on 174.
So Tweddell back for the match.
96. Jack, you require
88 to complete a 4th win. And he's brought his average up sneakily, by the way, here to 98. Bullseye to win it.
47. James, you require 70.
A bit off the mark there, so to level us once again. 78 required here for James Hubbard. Yeah, just sidling along the oche, trying to get a clear view of tops.
58.
Can't find it.
Jack, you require
That
41.
could be curtains for him. This has been a really good performance in the end from Jack Tweddell. Double 10 to bring it
31.
home. But he may be going all the way
James,
again.
you require 20.
Double 5. Oh, big 5. Good dart. James Hubbard all game long has been hanging on the coattails of Jack Tweddell, and when he's had an opportunity, he's been able to find. I mean, go the distance and gain 12.
Yeah, but absolutely no hanging around here for Jack Tweddell. 3rd 180 of the match. And what a way to kick us off in this deciding leg.
$57.
Well, he's not going to win it perfectly, but he's put himself in a perfect position.
57.
Yeah, so far, Jack Tweddell just reserving those 9 darters for his TikTok following.
100. $60.
Well, Tweddell 6 from 204.
40.
Missed opportunities to win the match in the previous leg. Is he eventually going to cross the finishing line here? Well, he's going to leave himself on double 12 after 12. His average is 96.74. He's hit 4 180s in this game. And now has 3 darts in his hand to dispose of James Hubbard in a last leg decider.
59. Jack, you require 24.
2 trials and plenty of time to win it. He only needs the one. It's a 13 darter for Jack Tweddell to get the better of James Hubbard by 4 legs to 3. Good performance. 96.5 average. And that's a sneaky 96 as well. Really good performance that, despite missing 10 darts at a double. Next up is Adam Paxton against Bradley Roes.
Very good dart. He's done it. Not today.
Yeah, there was a chance, but there's no chance there.
FG's taken over here, and he's
Definitely not only. Definitely
he thinks
not.
it's
Hold
it.
on. Yeah, no, I'm not giving you that.
We're not giving the back end of the leg here, and it's not going to go the way I thought it was there. I was about to mention the fact that we do have that rule in place.
That is a great marker. And a great win for Ginge, who goes through.
Oh,
Oh, he's found it already. He couldn't find the treble, but he can find the doubles. And he's found himself in the next round. Great dart. And I can't help but think that... Double 7 now for sure. Oh, and he's found it. Sean Nyland has knocked out Darts for Fun, the favourite for the singles competition and the winner of the pairs.
I don't think is too bad an idea considering how the first 18 darts have gone for Ellis.
Is this the first time we're seeing tag team darts?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Making the most of it, lads.
Time supporter and friend
Okay,
of
no,
Ellis.
maybe not. Not 1 second. Okay. Up we
Hold
come.
on.
What's
We're
your
doing the
name?
same now.
Okay, Jaden, you require 74.
He knows where he's going. 56, double 20. Oh, that's a good effort. That's a very good effort. He throws a lovely dart. I think we should send one of them down and let one of them play against Jaden. That's a good dart.
Plenty of dartboard to use for one of the most unorthodox ways you'll ever see a semi-final being won.
And that is
It's a nervy game, a nervy encounter. He is the favourite now to go on and win it, and he's trying to get... Struggled today with a bit of nerves. And that extra moment, that little bit of pause, that little bit...
second dart.
Calm down a little bit, just to relax into the game.
Oh, hold on. Yay! We have the first one from an influencer.
One of the things either loves or hates in a darts time. And he loves it! But that is...
It's Angry Jay!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Jack Tweddell got the better of James Hubbard by 4 legs to 3. He moves on to 8 points in the league standings. Andy Hamilton also there as well. So there's a 4-point gap between the top 2 and 3rd, which is Adam Paxton. He's on 4 points. James Hubbard and Bradley Roes with just the solitary win so far today. Andy Allen, the only player pointless up to press. Big game coming up now, though. Adam Paxton against Bradley Roes. If Adam wins this game, he'll be guaranteed to be within a couple of points of top spot overnight. And a couple of points, shall I say, off a qualification spot. Because Tweddell and Hamilton will go toe-to-toe in game 15 of the session. Both of them on 8. One's guaranteed to complete the card. One will be stuck on 8 points. So if Adam can win this game, he puts himself in position. However, defeat here to Bradley Roes. We may already be looking at a scenario here, Laura, where the top 2 in this group are going to be running away with it.
First. Game on.
I agree. I think there is a real potential, as you say, the way that Jack Tweddell has performed throughout today. If he can maintain that and take it into tomorrow, I can't see many of the players actually getting that close to him. And Andy Hamilton's just been very, very consistent. But it's darts. We know it can change.
100.
And I just wonder whether playing the last game of the day as well against Bradley could be a bit dangerous in the respect of he can just leave it all out there. And whatever's happened in the day, you almost isolate this as a one-off game.
$59. $58.
I guess it's a bit too soon to use the term spoilers, but the position of Bradley and of Anthony Allen, they could act as that role. Because as you mentioned before, it just feels like a group that could be quite easily dominated by the likes of Jack Tweddell and Andy Hamilton.
And Bradley will feel that he's too good a player just to be playing a role like that. Former weekly winner, twice former weekly finalist. But he's just had a trying week here. And that happens every now and then, particularly in a tournament like this. You could probably
56.
Paint the same picture of the pair as far as their weeks have gone. Just Adams had a slightly better day today.
60. Adam, you require 170.
I think, obviously, as we've evolved with the Super Series, that
120.
just had to have a take a quick pause there. I thought we were going to see a big fish, not quite, but you know, as it's evolved, and we've had players that won weekly, you know, had weekly titles, made it through to Champions Week. The expectation that they put on themselves is going to be higher and higher, and we've said it. We say it week in, week out. How good the caliber is of the players that we're getting here each and every week.
Game shot on the first leg.
Well, Paxton will take that for starters. 1-0 he leads. Well, Adam initially got the invitation after impressing on the ADT Championship Tour. He hit a 9-darter, and then he was involved in a Group C. Probably one of the most brutal weeks I think we've ever had here at the Modus Super Series. Now, this is the week that Adam Paxton was involved in. He won in a week that included Mike Warburton, Victor Tingstrom, Wesley Plaisir, Andy Bowen, Aidan Kirk, Jared Cole, Harry Gregory, Cam Crabtree, Clu Bevan, Scott Marsh and Ben Payne. Now, just to update you in terms of this leg, Paxton leads a leg to 0. 3-7-6 plays 3-4-6 as the scoreboard returns.
25.
Yeah, as you were saying, it really
100.
did feel like whoever got through that week would have worked rather hard to have got the title, and as you say, did go the way of Adam Paxton.
60.
But then you've got the expectation, as I say, and you want to come back and you want to experience the same and you want to make it through to Champions Week again. And as I say, it just doesn't always quite go to plan.
58.
I say sometimes in sport, winning it once or winning something or doing something once is difficult, but sometimes the hardest thing to do is replicate it.
99.
First of all, you get shot at because you've got the reputation for doing something before. And also, you've got to change your mindset because once you've done something once, particularly with Adam, because
60.
he's admitted that he's a Super Series fanboy. So once you've climbed the mountain once, you've got to find what's that next step, that next inner determination.
56. Bradley, you require 128.
Yeah, whether you mean it to or not, it can change the way that you actually approach things, how you feel about things. As Bradley looks at ball, and pins the bullseye, and now we're at 1 apiece.
Bradley Roes. Delegates Adam.
He approached that well. Level we are. He's just trying to draw something out, is the Dutchman. Both trying to end their day the right way.
121.
Ribs is actually the only player to have hit more than 1 ton plus checker. That's his third of the day. After the 118 and the ton. Paxton had the 124 in his 4-3 defeat to Andy Hamilton.
$140.
But this definitely feels better from Bradley.
41.
The best way to shake off the disappointment of not picking up any points is to pick some up.
$120.
Well, that bounce out there also means that Bradley Roes is not on a finish, and so Adam Paxton here, if he scores well, has got 6 and 2-4-4 to open up a 2-1 lead, and this would rescue his throw.
84. $59. Adam, you require 160.
For 2-1 lead, the 160 isn't going to go, and so Roes may just get a dart at the bullseye, but he had a dart at the bullseye in the last
45.
leg, and he took out the
Bradley,
128.
122.
Yeah, Bradley's played himself into a really strong position in this leg.
Oh, he chased the treble. Dart one was so good, and he's not going to get a go at the bullseye. He's going to leave himself on a double, though, if Paxton cannot find this. He went bullseye first time, because it was 16 with the first dart. He left himself on 99. He couldn't find a way out.
10.
Yeah, a bit of a strange option for Bradley to stay with the 54. Left himself on 10, but it's paid off beautifully. And it is a 2-1 lead to Bradley Roes. I only say that because I don't think I've ever met a dart player who favourites double 5. I'm sure there are some out there, but none that I've met recently.
Players that are usually bad on double 10.
Yeah, but then it's just a wing and a prayer. It's like that kind of, please go in. Don't go in the big number.
What's it? Paul Nicholson calls it a tertiary double.
100.
I can think of other names for it, to be fair, but none I'm willing to say right now.
Well, there's some players that just despise double 5 so much, they'll go 2 double 4. Oh, he's in Andy Hamilton this week. On doubles, he doesn't like splitting
95.
and hoping that equates to a better scenario for him.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure someone, I think it was Mervyn King, who hated top so much he'd tend to go 8 double 16.
$58. $41.
Well, if you weren't sure about how Bradley felt about that throw, then just watch it back. You're obviously not happy with the strength that he put behind it.
78.
Sometimes when Bradley Roes is playing, we don't need to be in the commentary box because he does all the analysis for us. Paxton leaving himself for the fish to
100.
level this game up at 2-2. Can he find another? Nah, I think the first dart was just a bit too high in the treble for him to really use as a good guide. And so Bradley for 3-1 looking at 117.
He has been good on these ton plus checkouts. Tops the target.
97.
Just underneath.
Required 65.
There would have been a panic from Paxton there for a second. He's going to get a dart at double 6, which he cannot convert. And so this is for 3-1. And all of a sudden, Bradley may be looking a little bit further up this league table.
Game shot on the
He's 3-1 up.
Bradley Roes.
And for Adam Paxton, it's that same sinking feeling that he's experienced all week.
Fifth leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, that dart exploded out of the board. It went almost back to his own foot. I've seen that happen before, actually. Be stabbed by your own dart bouncing out.
Yeah, we don't want Adam Paxton's lovely shoes that's got his name on it being ruined in any way, shape or form.
134.
But he does throw with quite some ferocity.
100.
So, yeah, when they bounce out, they go quite far.
We have had a player have a bounce out and it hit the referee in the leg.
60.
Did the referee flinch?
No, but it should have gone to hospital.
$39.
Bradley
100.
in cruise control of this contest. He has Adam Paxton. He has this game exactly
59.
where he wants it. 6 starts here for 207 to complete a 4-1 win. It'll be back-to-back wins to end his day.
57.
Paxton, he says, needs a max just to keep himself competitive, but the second dart diverts into the single 1. He's beginning to get really frustrated with himself.
64.
He's now given Bradley another 6 to win this match.
No, I don't expect the Andy Hamilton route for this.
Are you sure, Laura?
I take it back. I take it back.
63.
This is a player that did go ball for 100 earlier.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that myself. Yeah. This has been a long session.
60. Bradley require 87.
for the match and to end his day of a couple of wins. Well, he's going to have to go for the pull. Well, he doesn't have to. Double 5.
82. Adam, you require 140.
He just took that kind of comforting look towards the scoreboard. It's something that he knew instinctively it would have been double 5. Perhaps just stops his rhythm ever so slightly.
Bradley, you require 5.
Well, sometimes it's not been rhythm, it's been the blues for Bradley Roes. But he can't cruise to a 4-1 win.
Require 85.
Yeah, tops for Paxton.
Game
Tops is
shot
found.
flag. Adam
More
Paxton.
match-winning darts, but Bradley Roes come and gone. We saw him do something similar against Andy
flag
Hamilton
against
earlier
Roes
on
to
today.
reverse.
Mismatch.
Game on.
8 match-winning opportunities.
If Gary Neville was a darts commentator, he would have gone, ooh, over that checkout.
100.
And it may well just be the route back into the game for Adam Paxton, who must have thought his day was coming to a close when
81.
Bradley had left himself an 87 and he wasn't on a finish.
$100.
Agreed. Just feel here for Bradley.
60.
Seems to be holding it all together quite well. Back-to-back tons to kick us off. He can see out the match here.
Now that is the 501st 180 of Modus Super Series 9. But more importantly for Bradley Roes, it's a maximum which again sees him on the cusp of the match. Treble 20, double 18. Double 18 to win it in style, to finish in style. But it's not quite to be for him right here, right now.
And we've said this before, he has got time on his side. Adam Paxton way back in the high 200s, but has to make the most of it.
18.
Straight forward, straight in. It's a 13 darter for Bradley Roes to cross the finishing line by 4 legs to 2 against Adam Paxton, who will have another day thinking, what if, here at the Live Lounge. As for Bradley Roes, 2 wins at the end of the session. He's frustrated as he walks down the stage. He's just about in the background. James Hubbard can move on to 4 points of a win against Anthony Allen next. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. And before the break, Bradley Roes ended his day with a 4-2 win against Adam Paxton, meaning the Pac-Man is restricted and restrained to 4 points overnight. Bradley Roes also on that number. And there is a possibility that we could have a little bit of an equilibrium temporarily in the table before the game between James Hubbard and Anthony Allen, because if Anthony wins this game, Tweddell and Hamilton will be on 8. They have to go toe-to-toe in the final match of the session. Paxton and Roes will be on 4. Hubbard and Allen will all be on 2 points in the group. All having their own kind of mini leagues within one another at this present moment in time. But James Hubbard throwing his first darts of his final game of the day. When he steps out the building and he has 5 minutes to himself to reflect upon how it's gone, how do you think he will feel it's gone?
140.
Yeah, I think probably a bit of a mixed bag. It's getting the he's got the win against early on today, but I guess what I would suggest is the fact that it's been an improvement as the actual day's gone along. He's had to give himself time to settle in, kind of see how he's going to play, how he feels, the practice room. It's all a bit, I mean, this is a new scenario for him here at the Super Series anyway. So I think there's a lot of positives to take from today and a lot to build on.
$140
there for James, leads himself first to a finish. As for Anthony, it's been a day that's gone the furthest from plan.
60.
It's felt like anything that could have possibly gone wrong has gone wrong.
$97.
And Hubbard leads himself on 73 here to take out the opening leg.
64. James, you've required 73.
Tops for the opener.
53.
I think James has looked pretty comfortable around the kind of scoring elements and getting down to a double and that side of the game.
89.
The finishing probably just hasn't been quite clinical enough, and that's one of the things that's cost him in a few of these matches.
Game shot.
Double sevens found. Hubbard 1 up.
James Hubbard. Second leg, it's Anthony to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, that's a look of, that wasn't the intended route, but I'll take it anyway.
$59.
Reminder that we are back from 10 o'clock this evening for another 10 games from the Modus Super Series as Group B gets underway. We'll see John O'Shea, Lee Cox,
135.
David Wazutski, Bram Van Dyke, and Mason Whitlock is coming for a late replacement slot for Shane Hayward, who unfortunately has withdrawn this morning due to illness. So they're going to be the 5 that are going to be in action tonight. It's at 10 o'clock on the Super Series YouTube channel for Group B, which
60.
Looks like it's going to open and present opportunities for some people.
$81.
Yeah, not much splitting these two in this leg.
100.
And I think regardless of the result for Anthony Allen, I think it's just one of those days you kind of have to just draw a line under, come back, attack it all tomorrow.
100. Anthony require 147.
It's really difficult when you do a round robin, knowing that you're at a point where only perfection will work. You have to win. There's no kind of losing a game, and you're also then very reliant on other people's results. We can see that can sometimes work out, as we saw last week with Mike Warburton sneaking his way into finals night.
And almost winning the finals night, but it was Andreas Harrison, the Super Swede of the Super Series.
93.
It's a bit of a
Anthony
Scandinavian takeover of Champions Week so far. Darius Labanauskas winning week 1 of the series. Is Anthony Allen going to win leg 2 of this contest?
18.
Maybe not. And Hubbard's got a break chance on 52. Double 16. Doubles the lead for James Hubbard, 2-0.
James Hubbard. The leg is James to throw first. Game on.
I've been to travel multiple tournaments alongside Anthony Allen and just hasn't been able to kind of settle in, find his own pace, his own rhythm.
134.
When I've played against him in things like mixed pairs and mixed triples, yeah, he's absolutely spot on.
85.
May have to just put this down to one of those days. Has played at a couple of Lakeside World Championships as Anthony Allen.
134.
Actually lost out to Jared Cole on the Lakeside stage. It was a 3-0 win for the king of the castle on that particular occasion. He'd then go on to lose to Brian Verman in the next round. But as far as Anthony is concerned, won his first WDF ranking title this year when he got the better.
58.
Well, he won the Slovakian Masters. That's a tournament Matthew Edgar's gone deep in once upon a time. But as far as his World Championship exploits for
60
last year were concerned, he lost out to Denny Older-Coulter in the first round. He lost by 2-0 to the
96.
Dutchman on that particular occasion.
Yeah, the same scoreline that we're seeing here, but James Hubbard in a really strong position to make it 3-0.
100. James, you require 79.
Great recovery with dart 2, double 8. Does not go. So Allen will return for this 1-3-3 to bring the scoreline back to 2-1. James, who's averaging in excess of 91.5 in this contest, is going to get
81.
3 darts in his hand at double 4 to make it 3-0.
James on the
Yeah,
third.
3-0 it is.
James Hubbard. Fourth leg, it's Anthony to throw first.
Going back to what we were talking about with regards to the performances of James Hubbard today, once again, he's just put a few more points on the average, averaging around 88.5, but it's the scoreline and the proficiency on the outer ring, 3 from 7, which is around 42%. So just built match by match throughout the day.
$180.
And a maximum to kick off what may well be his final leg of the day.
140.
Going about his business really well here.
57.
Although Anthony, you sense needs a couple of troubles here to get the throw back.
100.
Yeah, just the one. So keeping within touching distance of James Hubbard, because he does have these 3 in hand.
82.
He's himself a 182 after 9. Anthony Allen 220. So he's got first chance to leave and finish. He's going to leave himself on Shanghai.
Anthony Allen's had a couple of attempts at this today. Missed the double on a couple of occasions.
134. Anthony require 120.
To save the match, Hubbard's left himself a 48, and he's going to get a go at the 48. Allen straying wide with dart 1.
45.
And so James Hubbard to seal his
48.
second win and move him up to third place in the table overnight. To end his debut day with a couple of wins. Welcome back to the big time, James Hubbard.
James Hubbard.
It's been a while since we've seen you, and you saved your best performance till last. An average of just under 92.5, 50% on the doubles, a 14-darter to win his final leg of the day. It's been a case of ups and downs at points for him, but he'll be pleased enough with his displays at times. He beats Anthony Allen by 4-0. Coming up after the break, Andy Hamilton against Jack Tweddell. The winner will end the day on 10 points.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. Two players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 1-4-1? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve West has won the match with a 9-dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again. 180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, it sounds a bit fishy, blend, you know, my grandpa Mark Salmon.
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Lee Cock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we are about to begin our final match of the afternoon session, and it sees Andy Hamilton and Jack Tweddell go toe-to-toe. The winner of this game will complete the card on day 1 of Group C. They'll hold the cards. They'll have the aces going into tomorrow afternoon session. Hamilton 4 from 4, Tweddell 4 from 4. And it's fair to say the man approaching the board now to throw his last practice darts has played some of the best darts that we've seen here at the Live Lounge. He's played 4 matches so far, and he has a overall daily average combined of 99.60. If we spoke about anybody, Luke Littler, Barry Van Peer, Andy Bolton, Wesley Plaisir, Connor Scott, some of the best players we've ever had in this building, about that would be saying it's exceptional. But for a debutant on his first day to do it is remarkable.
Yeah, I couldn't put it better myself.
It's
He
Andy
has
to throw
definitely
first.
lived up to the
Game on.
billing. He's played above and beyond the averages that we've seen in terms of his stats, but hey, it's not just the way he's played. I think it's how he's kind of just gone about his business on the stage. Doesn't look at all panicked or worried, or, you know, just looks like he's been doing it for years.
100.
And I think that's as good a testament as you could possibly have.
$131.
Yeah, I find it interesting as well, because obviously someone like Jack probably would have kind of grown up watching the likes of Andy Hamilton on the big screen. And sometimes when you play someone with a name like Andy Hamilton, it can throw you.
83.
But Jack just doesn't look like that type of player.
$100.
Well, before a dart was thrown today, Jack Tweddell went off the 12-5 favourite. Not often does a debutant go off at such numbers, but in some senses,
100.
he may have been too big a price on reflection.
Yeah, perhaps. But I do think when we saw that this morning, it still becomes a bit of a surprise in terms of the fact that, as you mentioned, he is here on debut. Debutants, no matter what they've done on the floor, sometimes coming up onto the stage is just not there. They're still a slightly unknown quantity.
He's left himself on the fish, but Hamilton
140
there, leads him on 78.
Jack, you require 170.
Leaves himself on a 2-darter, forces Tweddell to find the fish, the bullseye to reel it in.
145. And he requires 78.
To be this time. And so Hamilton will return for 78 to take out a 1-0 lead.
Here goes big 20, really wants to make sure.
58.
Pulls it low.
Jack, you require 25.
It's a great chance here for Jack to find an opening breaker throw.
Double 12.
Game shot
14 darter.
Jack Tweddell.
How many games today has he started with a 14 darter? It's the
Second
third
leg
that
is
I
Jack
can
to
think
throw
of in
first.
my head.
Game on.
Just setting his stall out quickly, and then from that point onwards,
100.
he's just continuing in that same vein, in that same stride.
The one thing you say about Andy Hamilton, he's very, very hard to shake off, as the rest of the field have found out today, and as he finds a 180.
$100.
Now then, Andy.
You had to say it, didn't you?
81.
You're not allowed to say anything until at least 5 have gone in, possibly 6. You can get excited at 6.
Do you know what? As soon as I
96.
said that, I knew that the fifth dart was going to miss. Why did I say it then?
I question quite that. I raised that same question quite a bit.
$85.
Nonetheless, Hamilton here, averaging 103, as is Jack, saving our best game until the very end of the day.
96. And you require 155.
We're going to save a showstopper right to the very end. And Hamilton may have to take out this 155 because this is very much in Tweddell range, and this would put him 2-0 up.
83. Jack, you require 109.
He's going to get a dart at tops, and he grazes the
69.
wire of it for the 109.
And you require 72.
Yeah, Jack just keeps the players under constant pressure. 72 here would level the game up at 1 apiece. Now Hamilton targets the tops.
52. Jack, you require 40.
Top to Tweddell, 2-0
From the
Tweddell.
second leg, Jack Tweddell.
And Tweddell might be tiptoeing towards
Well,
10
it's Andy
points
to
on this
throw
opening
first.
day of Group C.
Game on.
I don't think there's anything tiptoe about his performances today. I think he's stomping his way through.
Averaging 100.2. His average for the day up until this game, 99.6.
60.
I'm trying to wrap my head around a time when I've seen some numbers similar to that. And genuinely, the only other time was
57.
when Darryl Pilgrim had the 122 and the 118 average in back-to-back games. His average ticked over the ton mark.
But they're almost like outliers. This is the consistency, I think, which is key to how well Jack's done today.
96.
Let's have a little look at Jack's action. A bit of a flick of the wrist, isn't there, as he releases the dart?
Yeah, and doesn't really get that full arm extension that, we quite often wax lyrical about. But I've always said, dart throws are so unique to the players. And you can't argue that he's not using it to good effect.
64. $180.
Class in a glass. It's absolutely exceptional. It's absolutely sublime from Jack Tweddell. And he's got Andy Hamilton exactly where he wants him.
164.
164 and 6 from here to take a 3-0 lead.
Yeah, we'll need all 6 after that first one drifts into the 5. But I couldn't agree more, Henry. I just think he really has shone today on that Super Series stage. And you can see Andy Hamilton, he's desperately trying to find the answers, find a response to this barrage of scoring that he's facing.
46.
Well, prior to that, he was averaging 91, which probably would have won in most matches today, apart from games involving Jack Tweddell.
Game shot the
But little by little, Tweddell continues to impress. He leads 3-0, he gets the double break, he's averaging 102.48.
Jack to throw first.
And you can tell when a play is good because the 102.48 feels almost regulation.
140.
I am a loss for words as to how good this daily performance has been.
100.
Yeah, Jack Tweddell's already pinned 9 maximums throughout the course of the day. Had 4 in that last outing against Hubbard. But quite often as well, it's the timing. He does it at such a time that really does hurt the opponent.
And it looks like it is severely hurt Hamilton now.
70.
8 points, I think, at the beginning of the day, before a dart was thrown in anger. I think he would have been very, very happy to have taken. And it looks like it may well be the fate he's going to have to accept. And if he wins this 4-0, he would have dropped just 6 legs all day, and they both came in 2 matches. He'd had 3 4-0 wins and 2 4-3 wins.
It's a bit all or nothing, isn't it?
But it's been all wins for Jack Tweddell. Averaging 101.79. Hamilton
100.
leads himself on a 2-darter, but this to finish off a perfect first day in style. Tops
64.
would have been some way to have completed it. Hamilton comes back. It may well be the only chance he gets to save this match.
He's only had the 2 chances at the outer ring so far in the match. Oh, he's guaranteed himself another 2. But again, just pulls it low.
You require 40.
And so this for 5 wins out of 5. Double 5 would have been to have capped off a 5-star display. And Hamilton is still rocking and rolling in this match.
Yeah, we know this has been a bit of a problem area for Andy Hamilton, but great opportunity just to clean up here, and he does.
On the 4 flag, Andy Hamilton. 5th flag, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
Well, arguably, advantage of throw hasn't really been the key factor when Jack's actually stood up to the Oki, because, as you say, he's had 2 4-0 wins, but Andy Hamilton here has got that slight edge in this leg.
140.
Kicked off with that incredible game against Bradley Roes, where Bradley lost of an average in excess of a ton. He then went on to average 107.36 against Adam Paxton. He's effectively ran through everybody else in this field as if they've been like dust. Andy Hamilton, though, looking to get some way of opposition. Remember, the way the fixtures work out, they flip and reverse. So this is going to be the first game of tomorrow.
Yeah, could see some real separation in the table if the same player was to win back-to-back matches.
Well, if you're James, Adam and Bradley, you're kind of hoping whoever wins this match then wins the verse tomorrow. They're in the distance. You don't worry about them. They can be a spoiler for you. And then you hope that you can cave the walls in on the player that loses both of those games.
59.
Yeah, agreed. And I think there's going to be a few players scrambling for position tomorrow.
$100.
Well, Hamilton, from 3-0 down, has got an opportunity to bring it back to 3-2, and it forced Jack Tweddell to serve it out again. And he's going to get 6 from here. There's been a bit of an off leg from Jack. Double 8 for 14 data.
Game show.
Back to 3-2, and Tweddell is forced to serve it out. For 5 wins out of 5 for the perfect debut day.
Jack to throw first.
He has it in his hands.
Yeah, but we did say earlier, Andy Hamilton not one to
140.
lie down or easily roll over, and he really has put up a bit of a fight here. And that 14 data just showing those signs that we mentioned all throughout today. They are there, they're just not there as consistently as enough.
46.
And that opening visit there just could prove absolutely fatal in this match for Andy Hamilton.
45. $96.
359 plays 316. Tweddell with the advantage of throw and now holding the aces, needing one more leg to cross the finishing line.
Yeah, and in terms of performance, Jack's around the 92.5, so dropped off the pace from what we saw in the first 3 legs.
$78.
Well, he's left himself on a finish to see this game through. Didn't get a match start in the previous leg. Such was the brilliance of Hamilton with that 14 dart to bring it back to 3-2. I did have darts to win the game 4-0.
48.
This
Jack, you require
perhaps his best chance yet of finishing off the day 5 from 5. He's going to get 6 of 157 to cap off a remarkable first
60.
day.
Yeah, all Andy Hamilton can do, and you feel that you need at least a 2 treble visit to put any kind of pressure on the 97. And that is not going to help Andy Hamilton's cause.
And so Jack Tweddell back for 97.
Jack, you require 97.
To cap off a perfect day in perfect style. Double 12.
85.
Does not
and
go.
Require 134.
Yeah, just a few little wobbles towards the tail end of this match for Jack, just struggling to cross that finishing line. 134, big ask here for Andy Hamilton. And Just a stretch too far, so Jack, more match starts incoming.
58.
To eventually cross the finishing line. He has been superb at the Super Series.
6.
But he's yet to cross the line.
And
Hamilton
76.
is slowly but surely creeping up with every passing leg. 3-0 was whittled down to 3-1, was whittled down to 3-2, could now become 3-all.
Yeah, slowly chipping away, and we've seen Hamilton hit this already in the match. Yeah, and it's a repeat performance, and we are at 3 apiece.
Andy Hamilton.
Well, you did say earlier, all the results for Jack Tweddell today, there's been 4-0 or 4-3, all gone in his favour. And this is another one that looked like it should have been 4-0. And it's going to be 4-3, but who wins?
Well, he's trying to smile his way through it. He's hoping that he hasn't blew it. Hamilton kicks off 140. And now he may feel like the walls are caving in on him, that the rug might be pulled from underneath him.
100.
It's at this point, especially if you've got the darts, you just think, right, just one big leg, one big final push. And you can just see the effort Andy Hamilton's putting in, the focus, the concentration.
60. 140.
He's defiant. But what has Hamilton got left? He has worked so hard to put himself back in a position where he can win the match from 3-0 down. You see Tweddell on 2-6-1. He's on 3-0-1. He has to persevere or head down for the 17s.
131.
That's going to leave him on the fish. He's already found the fish this week.
Yeah, what a way to see out the session, to see out the match, and to make sure that you finish top of the table. 170 incoming here for Andy Hamilton.
And suddenly Hamilton has 6 to win this match and to complete the card. How fortunes can reverse. How darts could be a case of deja vu. He almost fired home the fish again.
Yeah, Andy Hamilton knew that was close. But he will be back for 25.
60.
Jack trying to
and
find a treble.
25.
Tweddell missed a plethora of darts to cross the finishing line. Andy Hamilton has his chance to complete the card, and he only needs the one dart. It's hammer time on Thursday at the Super Series as Andy Hamilton completes the card. He wins 5 out of 5, and he holds all the aces going into the final day's play in Group C. Jack Tweddell had led 3-0 in the match. He had match darts to complete the card himself, but it's Hamilton who runs off a 4-3 winner to complete our afternoon's action.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
And he was right. Van Velzen's had opportunity, but it's Steve West that takes his opportunity. Does he get one this time? The jury's out. Is the double in? Listen to that! And Jimmy Van Ski is still alive! He's made it! And Marvin Van Velzen! Jimmy Van Ski probably felt he's already been out already tonight. Surely not again. Oh, Jimmy! It's a wry smile. What a finish! What a man! What a response! Of the 5-time weekly champion. It's Jimmy Van Ski who makes the final. Are we, Jimmy? You bet we are. One leg to see who the champ is. Yes, he can. Marvin is the man.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we're joined alongside Jack Tweddell, who's had a superb debut day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. 4 wins out of 5. It was so close to 5 wins out of 5. I'll tell you, we'll get the elephant out of the room straight away. We'll talk about that game against Andy first, and just your thoughts and reflections a couple of minutes after.
Yeah, I thought I played well. If I would have missed the doubles by like a long way, then I would have probably read more into it, but it was quite close. So I'm not overly bothered. I think my overall game today was pretty good. So, yeah.
I was going to say, overall, for a debut day, you must be over the moon with how you've played.
Yeah, I'm pleased with it. I was worried whether or not I would transfer my form that I've been playing in vaults and competitions and stuff to this. I wasn't sure, but obviously it's nice to be able to do it.
That 107 average, that must have been really, really special for you to do that on a stage like this. The game against Adam Paxton, 107 the average for you in that one. Did you feel like at points today you just couldn't miss anything?
Yeah. At times I felt like, again, I felt like I've been playing the same as what I've been doing at the local vaults and the local competitions and those kind of things. So it was nice to be able to continue it on.
Well, Laura, we've been watching Jack in action all day, and we did some research on you this morning, and the numbers were really, really good. But once we saw that first game, we were just mightily impressed.
Yeah, 100%. And we've said kind of you came into this as one of the kind of favourites for the group as well. And we don't see that very often with a debutant. So, yeah, as we said, we did a bit of digging and had a look at what you've been doing at the ADC. And, yeah, it's been really impressive. But I think, how have you found it up on the stage? Because you've managed to transfer that form. And as you said, you weren't sure how it was going to happen. So, but you seem to have settled in really quickly.
Yeah, I mean, it's been really good. It was a learning curve, obviously, the first game. Probably could have put it to bed a little bit quicker. Missed a couple of doubles, I think 86 and 112 off memory. But overall, I think I settled really well. The throw's amazing. Like everyone says to me, when you come here, the throw's spot on. And that was a real settler as well, knowing that everything was perfect.
I want to talk about your journey in particular this year, because you played a lot of your darts in the ADC, you played vaults, and then you went to Aylesbury for the championship tour, got through to the semi-finals. Do you feel like things are just beginning to break through for yourself again this year?
Yeah, I only started playing darts again in February last year because I had a few years off. And from coming back into it, I feel like everything's starting to kick into place. I've got a good system around me with players, local players. Johnny Haynes, who won here before. We've been sharing so many weekly titles recently, about 50-50. So that's been good practice as well.
Well, we'll have another chat with you in just a second. Myself and Laura are going to round up what we have seen on this Thursday afternoon. These are the results from Thursday. As you can see, Andy Hamilton completed the card. He won 5 from 5 because of that win in the final game of the session. And as far as Andy's concerned, Laura, we saw in the first 3 days some really, really good performances and some good moments. He's top of the table there, 5 wins from 5. His best day here yet at the Super Series, and he could be really, really pleased with what he's put in.
Yeah, 100%, especially when you consider, in my personal opinion, he probably has got away with a few things as well. He's had those chances, taken them. He was pushed a couple of 4-3 results that did go his way. So if he can find the level, I know we've said it pretty much throughout today, if he can find that top level that we know that he's got in the locker and then keep it there consistently, then yeah, he's just going to perhaps be, one of the top front runners in this group.
And this is one of the things that we've been speaking about all day, is winning games when maybe you're not at your 100% best. And there were some really good performances from Andy, but also when it came to the crunch, he managed to claw things out too.
Yeah, and he's drawn on that experience. Obviously, he's played here before. He's made it through to finals night on 6 other occasions. So he knows what it takes. And as you say, even when you're not playing at your 100% best, if you can get those results, then, it just gives you that optimism that once everything clicks, then you're going to be a real danger.
But Jack, final word goes to you as ever. I want to talk a little bit forward about the future, because you've got back into it this year. You've had a taste of the ADC, qualified for this through the ADC. Does particularly days like today give you that bug to maybe do a bit more in the sport, maybe take the sport more seriously, play in more events, maybe look at Q-School in the future?
Yeah, absolutely. So my view is to hopefully try and see how this goes, take this as it comes. I think I've got another 2 days in a few months' time as well. I haven't 100% decided on Q School yet, but it will either be next year or it'll be the year after. It's just whether or not I feel like it's time, because I want to go there with the intention of winning and then Challenge Tour being a consolation sort of thing, as opposed to go in there just to compete on the Challenge Tour. But yeah, it's really confidence booster for this.
Just finally, I want to talk about the TikTok stuff.
Yeah, so I started doing TikTok as a way to practice because I wasn't practicing at all. As I said, I started in February of last year, so I started TikTok stuff around April of last year. And it's just an easy way for me to practice, because if it wasn't for them, like talking to me, giving me finishes and so on, I probably wouldn't practice for as long or as much as I do. So it's a good driver for me.
It's almost motivational for you to an extent.
Exactly, yeah.
Well, Jack, it's been great watching you today.
Thank you
Many
very much.
congratulations. We shall see you tomorrow. We'll see you later on tonight, and we shall see you later on tonight as well on the Super Series YouTube channel. 10 o'clock we get underway to see how Group B starts. We've got the former 9-dart hero Lee Cox in action, as well as Mason Whitlock. But as far as today is concerned, it's the TikTok star Jack Tweddell that has taken the Super Series by storm. 4 wins out of 5. He's in very good position now to qualify for the finals. Bye for now.
Ooh.
Tweddell averages 107 plus on debut.
Special player. And Jack Tweddell gets the better of Adam Paxton by 4 legs to 0. In the last leg he hit a max to change the complexion of proceedings. Jack Tweddell gets a max dart at tops to finish off with a 118. Down for double free. And this is the stuff of debut dreams.